It's 6 o'clock and with your BBC News, I'm Miles Ashby. Ministers have agreed to release files related to the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor as a trade envoy to the UK. The former prince was arrested last week on suspicion of misconduct in public office in relation to his ties with Jeffrey Epstein. MPs were told that the government was unable to publish material police need for their inquiries. Mr Mountbatten-Windsor has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to the late sex offender. Our political correspondent Harry Farley said the tone of the debate in the Commons about releasing the files was unusual.
So often that when the House of Commons discusses anything to do with the royal family or the sovereign, the tone is one of deference and respect, and there was no deference and respect on display today. I mean, quite extraordinary language from a government minister describing Andrew as arrogant, entitled and rude.
A man has pleaded not guilty to the manslaughter of a woman who was found injured in the street in North Shields last month. Mark Denton reports.
Police were called to Russell Street on January the 24th this year. Lisa Denton, who was 40, was taken to hospital but died the following morning. Liam Moore, who is 19, pleaded not guilty this morning at Newcastle Crown Court to her manslaughter, and he'll face a trial in September.
A man who housed 9 workers in a derelict and dangerous office block in Peterlee has been fined £48,000. Firefighters found exit doors were sealed shut and the alarm system disconnected at Ridgemount House when they made an emergency visit in response to reports of people living there in October 22. Durham Crown Court heard Tarlakan Singh from Coventry admitted multiple fire safety breaches and must also pay nearly £46,000 in costs. The government has announced that GPs in England will have to guarantee same-day appointments for patients with urgent needs. The commitment is included in a new clause being inserted into the GP's contract in April. Ministers say they will increase funding by almost £500 million to improve capacity. Our health correspondent Nick Triggle says health unions argue doctors are already struggling.
The British Medical Association say that ministers risk creating unrealistic expectations. They say services are already stretched, and they say that there was no negotiation over this, and the BMA, the doctors' union, is meeting on Thursday, and at that meeting they'll decide whether they want to challenge what they say is the imposition of this new contract.
A County Durham woman is using her story of her breast cancer diagnosis to urge others to get any symptoms checked. Samantha Sumpton was told in December that she had cancer and is currently waiting for MRI results to see if it has spread. She says the best case scenario is catching cancer as soon as possible.
Luckily, my outcome is what it is because I caught it early. Straight to the GP, referred straight away. My lymph nodes, there was only 3, considering there's over 20 under your arm, are benign. So catching it early is important.
Common symptoms include lumps or pain in the breast, chest or armpits and changes in skin texture. You can find out more details on the NHS website. And after years of delays, all the new Tyne & Wear Metro trains have arrived in the northeast. The new fleet has faced multiple delays and passengers were initially told the 46 trains would be in operation by the end of 2023. More than half of the trains were currently in operation, with the rest going into full service following rigorous testing. And the weather for the northeast tonight will be dry with a mix of clear spells and areas of cloud with lows of 5. Tomorrow starts off dry with variable cloud again, but in the afternoon and evening we could see the odd spot of light rain. It'll feel warmer though with highs of 14. That's your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Right then, just in case anyone is in any way nervous about tonight, here's a short history lesson. Only 7 times has a team away from home in the second leg of a Champions League tie overturned a deficit. Only twice has such a team overturned a 2-goal deficit. Never has any team, home or away, come back from a 5-goal deficit. So that is the extent of the task facing Qarabağ tonight. The Azerbaijani champions were beaten 6-1 by Newcastle in Baku last week. Tonight, it is surely a formality for the Magpies to finish the job and book a last 16 encounter with either Barcelona or Chelsea. So how will Eddie Howe approach tonight's game? Treat it as a training match? Play some academy players? Go for the 7 unanswered goals required to beat the Champions League record for an aggregate victory? Let us know what you think. We are building up to an 8 o'clock kickoff. We'll have team news around about 6:45, and after commentary of the game, we will be on air until 10:30 with analysis. You'll hear from the Sunderland goalkeeper Robin Roofs tonight as well. The Dutchman has been reflecting on Sunday's defeat by Fulham. We will keep you up to date with everything else going on in the world of sport, and as always, we will take your calls and read out your messages here on Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And welcome to a very mild St James's Park, a couple of hours ahead of kick-off tonight. I'm Simon Pride. I'm joined by John Anderson, the former Newcastle United fullback. As ever, he is going to be your secondary pair of eyes alongside Razor tonight as part of the commentary team. Hello, Ando. How are you doing? Turn your microphone on, Ando.
Friday, how I am. Good, thanks.
All right. Good. Marco Gabbiadini on the show tonight as well, ex-Sunderland striker. Hello, Marco. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Just had a little bit of I just locked myself out of the house, so that was interesting.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, 10 minutes before we were on air. So, but I'm
dramatic scenes.
Well, yeah.
So, well, how did you get in? Was there a ladder involved?
Well, it's a very old door. It's about 100 years old, and it was one of these. I managed to put an Allen key in. The spindle had gone, so I'd managed to put an Allen key in from the other side because my shed was open, so my tools were in there. So, yeah. Great reaction.
Fair
times.
enough.
That's all.
Yes. Well, yeah. Very good work. But I would suggest a security update on Gabbiadini Towers as soon as possible.
It's all right. No one could get in, but it was just
right.
It was secure.
Yeah. Okay.
Never mind.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you made it. Basically, yes. I've got a message to read out for you later as well from Colombo. He's not happy with you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he messaged in.
I was trying to think of a Colombo catchprise then, but I couldn't think of one.
I don't know what would Colombo's catchphrase be.
My hand immediately went to my brow. Never mind. I'll wait for that.
Anyway, Razor's here as well, our Newcastle United commentator. Good evening, Razor.
Hello.
So this is the thing I said in the intro there about overturning deficits. I'll just give you a little bit of a test on the records that I sort of referred to. Only once has a 4-goal deficit been overturned in the Champions League. Do you remember who did that?
Ooh.
So it was 4-0 in the first leg, and the second leg the score was 6-1.
Was it Real Madrid?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. But it was a big. It was two of the big boys.
Team. Yeah. Barcelona,
yeah. Ooh. Against 2016-17.
Bayern Munich?
Paris Saint-Germain. So PSG beat Barcelona 4-0, and then Barcelona overturned it in the second leg 6-1. And there's only once been a 3-goal deficit as well, which you'll all remember.
Liverpool.
Yep. Liverpool against Barcelona 2018-19, that extraordinary night at Anfield when they turned that around. And I guess it could happen tonight, and Newcastle would still have to score a few, but the record aggregate win, do you know what that is, Razor?
For Newcastle United?
No, in the Champions League.
Yeah, it was 12-1, wasn't it? Bayern Munich against Sporting Lisbon.
Did you overhear me talking about that in the press room?
No, I just looked at the record books.
You looked at them, right?
And last season, PSG beat Brest 10-0 on aggregate at this stage, so that's the second biggest winning margin on aggregate in Champions League knockout history.
But you're right, 2008-2009, Sporting Lisbon 0, Bayern Munich 5, and then 7-1 in the second leg.
Newcastle have got a record as well, aggregate score, which is 10-2. Over 2 legs, Royal Antwerp in the UEFA Cup 1994. Rob Lee, who scored a hat-trick of headers in the first leg.
Was it 5-0 away?
And then 5-2 here. At home. He's one of the former players here tonight. And
there's a who's who here tonight.
Yeah, well, Alan Shearer, Les Ferdinand, Wayne Rooney. Just been chatting to Anthony Gordon, Wayne Rooney, for a good few minutes pitchside. Obviously the Everton and England
Everton connection.
But Rob Lee, I'm sure, will be hoping that his team still has the Newcastle aggregate record come the end of tonight. But you would think that Newcastle might well set a new club record. I mean, they would. What's that? They need to get 4 more goals. No, 3 more without reply to do that. And you'd probably back them to win. Would you back them to win 6-1 again? I'm not
Depends
sure.
Depends what the team is, and we'll discuss that in a moment, I guess. Very mild tonight, isn't it, Ando?
It's lovely. Yeah, very nice.
You're just basking there, aren't you?
It's like a summer's evening.
No lucky cardigan required for any reason, for warmth or progress in the competition.
Just nice and relaxed, nice and chilled. because anybody who thinks that this has got the makings of an upset is kidding themselves.
It's actually a bit of a milestone as well in terms of Newcastle's European adventures, Razor, isn't it?
I think it's really nice that Newcastle's 150th European match is here at St James's Park, and that it's a Champions League fixture as well, because although it's a tie that's won already, they're at home, and there's nothing bigger than the Champions League. And from Feyenoord in 1968 to Qarabağ tonight, Newcastle 150 European matches across the various European competitions. They've overtaken Leeds in the standings, the rankings there for English teams, number of games they've played in Europe. Leeds are on 149, Newcastle 150 tonight. The 6 richest clubs at the moment, that Super League 6 of Liverpool, Man United, Man City, Arsenal, Chelsea, Spurs are the 6 that have played the most. But that's still a really significant thing, particularly as they went so long, didn't they, over 15, nearly 20 years without much European football in recent times particularly.
Now, we're going to get the team news around about 6:45, but we are expecting Eddie Howe to make changes. We did Ando's 11 yesterday. I don't know if you've changed your mind at all, Ando, but I don't know if you've got an inkling, Razor, as to what the team might be tonight.
Well, yeah, I just think along those lines, changes, 4, 5, 6 of them maybe, so a strong team with some big names, but also some players in that need to play. It's a good opportunity maybe to change the goalkeeper, give Aaron Ramsdale another game. He has played for Newcastle in the Champions League already this season, while Nick Pope was out injured in December. He played in Leverkusen, Ramsdale. But other players that would come in, you'd think Sven Botman would have to start with Malik Chow suspended. Probably in midfield you would see Joe Linton, although he has the threat of a one-match Champions League ban hanging over him. That will happen if he picks up another yellow card, and does so tonight. And then maybe in attack, William Osula's just arrived. Could he come in and play? Potentially. Osula can play up front or play wide right, so there's some flexibility there. Maybe we'll see Johan Wisser at some point, although I'd be surprised if he started. I think a lot of supporters are interested in the young players that have been part of the first team group recently, and they train regularly with Eddie Howe and the senior players, and there are others who don't make the matchday squad that do likewise. Sean Neve made his debut in Azerbaijan. I don't know whether he would start, but hopefully we'll see him at some point. Maybe Alex Murphy could be in line for the first Newcastle start, but that would probably be at left back rather than centre back. But again, it depends on the formation, and it depends on what Eddie Howe decides to do. But we'll find out in half an hour when we get the team.
Yeah, and you felt that Alex Murphy might come in at left back. Have you had any further thoughts on what the team might be tonight, what you'd like to see tonight? Never mind what you think it'll be, what you would do if it was up to you. Would you be blooding a few of the younger players?
I'd like to see some of them younger boys come in. Neve's been on the bench for a lot of games. I thought the 10 minutes that he was on over there in Qarabağ, he did all right. He was unlucky as well, because there was a ball played across goal, just took a little deflection, took it away from him, or he would have had his first goal as well. Do I think he'll play him? Do I think he'll start him? No. I think Murphy will start. I do think Murphy will start.
What he did the press conference doesn't always mean that. I press conference.
I mean Alex.
I mean Alex
Murphy. Sorry.
Yeah, I think both Murphys will start, to be quite honest. What did I say? I said Jacob Murphy would play at right back, I think.
Yes.
I think Trippier needs a breather, needs a rest. Look, he could mix and match. He could do a lot of things tonight, and I don't think it would make a great deal of difference to the outcome of the game, to be quite honest with you, Pridey. Joe Linton, as Razor has already mentioned, carrying a yellow card. Do you take a gamble on him? Do you take that chance on him picking up a yellow card? I don't know. But yet again, he's been out for a while. He needs game time. Came on at Manchester City. Gordon will want to play. I think Gordon most definitely will want to play, because he's chasing Mbappe in the goal scoring records, and in the goal scoring charts, I should say. And I think tonight's a huge opportunity for him to add to that and get an awful lot closer to him.
Let's hear a bit from Eddie Howe. While Newcastle have struggled really for consistency in the Premier League this season, they have often been at the top of their game in Europe.
I think there's been some great performances in the Champions League. I think we've sort of saved our best for that competition. A lot was made of, quite rightly, the result against Qarabağ in the first leg, but for me it wasn't sort of the result as such, it was the performance and the manner and the hunger that we showed in that game all through to deliver a really, really good performance. And that's the sort of the highest level I think we've played at this season, and that's the sort of level I want us to try and attain as close as we can to as often as possible. And I thought we followed that up with a really similar performance against Manchester City, albeit a different result. I thought the level was there, and I think we've shown that we can compete. I showed that physically we were really, really good, and so if that's that performance to try and spark us into life, then great, and that's what we've got to try and aspire to tomorrow. I think we've got to try and hit our very, very best levels, because it's the consistency that, as I said, we've been searching for all season.
Yeah, and there have been games earlier in the season when they looked jaded a little bit, or weren't pressing the way that they have done in the past, and people were talking about the reasons behind that and whether they should switch it round a bit more and change the team a bit more. But it felt like that hasn't been the case recent games. It's felt like they have had that energy, despite the fact they've still had a busy schedule. They've had a lot of travelling to do. It does seem like that energy is there game in, game out at the moment.
Yeah, Spurs went to Spurs and won. I think that gave us belief. Even at the weekend at Manchester City, even though we lost the game, it was probably the best performance I've seen at the Etihad Stadium from us for forever, probably. Even though we lost the game, the energy levels were there, work rate was there, everything you wanted to see was there. You usually go there and after half an hour you want to leave, you want to go home, but that wasn't the case of the weekend. So they seem to have got a little bit of their mojo back, a little bit of their self-belief, especially away from home. So performances, you can't say that the performances haven't been there, because they have. To go away from home in the Champions League and score 6 and really end the tie, it's as good as over. But he'll still take it serious, Eddie Howe. Yes, he will mix and match a little bit, but there'll still be an awful lot of experience in the starting 11 that he names tonight, you would think.
Now, their last home match was the defeat by Brentford earlier this month, and Eddie Howe thinks that Newcastle's physical output has been much better since that game.
If there was one part of our game that I thought was really good, it would be our energy, which has been fluctuated, if we're being honest, throughout the season, but our energy in the last group of games has been really good. I think that started from the right at the top of the pitch with Anthony Gordon, and then filtered back through the rest of the team. And I think when we show that energy and that sort of zip in our game, I think we can compete with anybody. We can make it very uncomfortable for our opponents with our physicality, and then we've got real technical skills when we're at our best to execute what we want on the ball. So I think the physicality, when you consider all the games we've had, has been of a really high level.
Yeah, that's a good word for it, Razor, isn't it? Zip. It does feel like the zip's back a bit.
Certainly had a lot of that in midfield at Manchester City. I think Jacob Ramsey provides them with that. He moves really well. He'll take the ball in any area under pressure on the half turn and go quickly with it. Carries it well. When Tanali's fully fit and full of energy, he definitely gives them that. Obviously, Joe Willock is a great athlete as well. I think they've got players who have those capabilities physically. That's one of the hallmarks of Eddie Howe's Newcastle United, isn't it? The energy and the physical performance of them. Joe Linton, who I'm sure we'll see at some stage tonight, definitely gives them physicality and power as well. It's a big part of what has made them so good. It's probably difficult to perform like that across a season, and this is a season that could well have 60 matches, something like that, in the various competitions. It's difficult to sustain and maintain, but they have definitely been better. I don't know, because you look at the fatigue factor, and they're still playing every 3 or 4 days. I just wonder how much of it is a mindset as well, and a psychological thing, just in terms of getting themselves up for games and being in the right frame of mind to go and perform like that, knowing that they've got another match coming in a few days, and then midweek after that, and so on. and also knowing that because of injuries there aren't really the opportunities for changes or rest really, and I think that's why tonight is so important. If he can make 5 or 6 changes and then maybe use some academy players later on as well, it would really help keep players fresh. But that's the balance, the freshness versus like the rhythm that they found in the last couple of weeks. Even though they lost at Man City, they still played well.
And we can hear as well from Jacob Murphy. He's also actually been talking about that Brentford match, and he says that was a turning point for the players.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little reset, see what everyone's saying, and if there's a common theme and the one brain thinking. And if you think any of our top performances, everyone's in sync, everyone's thinking collectively, all on the same page, whether when we're pressing, when we're sitting off, everything's done without a thought, but that thought is all in sync and, connected. So that's been something that we've really been pushing in the last 4 games, and I think that's been bearing fruit. So we still think that there's more for us to find, and we can achieve that with this one brain thinking.
Yeah, Jacob Murphy there with a bit of an insight, Ando, as to how they have improved in recent weeks. And Eddie Howe said it as well. It's almost, working from the front, basically, and the energy and the pressing from the front is kind of how the rest of the team is defined in a way, and how they play.
Yeah, I think when they played Gordon at through the middle, I think he starts it off with his energy. He puts centre-backs under pressure. He closes goalkeepers down. He's obviously found his mojo in the Champions League. He's been scoring goals for fun in the competition. You just wish he was able to translate that into the Premier League. He hasn't scored many goals from open play in the Premier League, but in the Champions League he's been on fire. And as I said earlier, he will want to play again tonight, because he'll see a big opportunity of scoring more goals against this side tonight. It's like, and getting your mojo back, you got to work at it. You've got to winning football matches as well. It's got a huge effect on it as well. Our away form has been poor for the majority of the season, but then you win a few games on the trot away from home, and you can see the confidence levels rise. They seem to be that half a yard quicker, that yard quicker. Not thinking about it as much, it becomes an instinctive thing, and that all comes down to the fact that you're winning games, and all of a sudden that confidence level shoots through the roof.
So let's hear another clip of Jacob Murphy then, and he's hoping that Newcastle can tonight play as well as they did in that first leg in Azerbaijan.
People who were watching at home, I think they would have been blown away with our start out in Baku, because I certainly was on the bench watching it. I was like, wow, go on guys. No, it was a really strong performance, and when we're our aggressive front-footed self, that's what we're capable of, and everyone in the Premier League knows about that, and I think we've showed a good account of ourselves so far in the Champions League. And yeah, that was just a combination of everything going right for us, and delivering our performance at a really high level.
Yeah, go and smash in another 5 in this first half and see where we go from there. Jacob Murphy then, who Ando thinks might play at full back this evening, but if he did, he'd have a licence to get forward quite a bit, wouldn't he?
I think you'll see plenty of the ball. I think we'll have an awful lot of the ball tonight. I think we'll be in there half an awful lot, if on the evidence of what we've seen in the opening 45 minutes over there last week is anything to go by. We took our foot off the gas a little bit, conserved energy, didn't do anything silly. Game was won at half time, but look, I think the thing tonight is, yes, you want to win the game, but it's big league game at the weekend. You want to conserve energy, you want to do it right, but you don't want to overcook it either. So it's all about being professional, doing the job right, but conserving energy, and making sure the big point of it is making sure nobody gets injured.
There are other games in the knockout round of the Champions League this evening, including an early one in Madrid where Atletico are playing Club Bruges. It was 3-3 after the first leg in Belgium, and it's 1-1 in the first half in that one. It's the early kickoff tonight, and Atletico went ahead, but Bruges have equalised, so approaching half-time there, that one's 1-1. The other games see Leverkusen take on Olympiacos, the German side, with a 2-0 advantage after the first leg. Interesting one in Italy, Inter Milan against Bodo Glimt, with the Norwegian side 3-1 up after the first leg there.
Atletico Madrid, Pride, potential opponent for Newcastle in the quarter-final, or Club Bruges for that matter, because the winner of that tie plays either they play Liverpool or Tottenham next,
okay,
in
and then the winner of that would play the winner of Newcastle or against
Chelsea, Barcelona. Yes, looking
take
at
Tottenham, wouldn't you?
you would, wouldn't you? Out of those teams,
how they managed to finish fourth top of that is
well,
crazy.
We keep talking about that, and it must just be mainly down to the quality of the Premier League as opposed to the other European leagues.
Against the quality of the Champions League.
Well, yeah, but against the European leagues. Well, you don't say so, though. Otherwise, how else do you explain it?
Well, you can't, because I watched them the other night against Arsenal, and they were absolutely abysmal. They were shocking. So you most definitely would want them.
Well, we will keep you up to
fourth, didn't they? Sorry,
finished fourth
in the table.
Crazy.
Yeah,
yes.
I suppose they had a helping hand against Dortmund, didn't they? They played against 10 men recently when they won.
And maybe had some friendly fixtures, you know, and the fixture list was maybe a little bit kinder to them than it was to others, but still got to win those games, and that's what they did. Razor, are you going to bring us team news at 6:45, or are you going to go off and do something on Look North? What are you going to choose to do?
Well, they've called for me to go and speak to them. I think they had
what you got to do.
I think they had a big name lined up who dropped out at the last minute. That is usually what happens, and I'm not joking.
No. Okay.
So, but Ando will be here to go through the team, and you can check it against Ando's selected or suggested 11.
Yes, so we will on Total Sport have the team for you, and Razor will be back as well, obviously ahead of commentary. Kicks off at 8 o'clock tonight. We're also going to speak to a journalist from Azerbaijan, going to come and talk to us after 7 this evening, just to talk a little bit more about Qarabağ and what we can expect from them this evening. Are you listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle? Simon Pride and John Anderson here at St James's Park. Marco Gabbiadini, who's got back into his house, having been locked out of it just before we went on air. There was drama at Gabbiadini Towers, but he is now ready to go, and we're going to talk Sunderland after this.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Tom's using up all his holiday days because he's got so much left. He's got to use it or lose it. I texted him, I said, enjoying your day, and you sent me a video of your car saying I'm in the garage.
I was just sort of having a look, and I was like, that tyre needs replaced right now.
It was a bald tyre.
It was bald, yeah. It was like the back of your head.
Good. Right, well, I'm glad to. I hope they charged you a fortune for that. Stop encouraging him. Where is your car? Is your car in the car park?
Yeah, it is.
Right, I'm just going to do some nails and take
make it flat, just like your crack in the mornings.
Right, that's enough.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And we're going to hear from Robin Roofs, the Sunderland goalkeeper. Before that, Marco, would you like me to read out Colombo's message?
Yes, please.
Because last night we were talking about Sunderland's wide players. We were talking about Tarby, who had made his first start in the Premier League. Colombo says, Marco, dear oh dear, we have had no attacking option at all down the right since Traore's injury. A young, exciting lad given his debut, and fans are having a pop, including you, Marco, last night. He was on the pitch for 30-odd minutes, man. He did a few exciting things as well. What do you want in 30 minutes? That was harsh. Mundell scores, and I doubt given Fulham's recent form, if we score in that moment, I doubt then that we lose the game. It's fine margins. I am shocked at how critical Marco is of a young player making his Premier League debut. Fans have been screaming for attacking options down the right. Kid goes off the pitch, it's 0-0, and people like Marco are having a go? Oh dear, Colombo.
I'm interested to know the people like Marco. I'm not sure what that means, but look, you asked me what I thought of his performance. I thought he did some flashy things that didn't quite come off. And if he did that 3 or 4 times and lost gave the ball away. He got brushed off out in tackles and it wasn't impressive. I just have to, I know he did a sort of a fancy spin turn sort of thing with his first. I think it might be his first touches, but he didn't get anywhere. And the times that he got into good positions behind the back four, behind the defensive line, he didn't really make the best of it, and did that classic awful thing of trying to spin it in with the outside of his left foot as he's running to naturally do it with your right foot. So look, I just think that he looks what he is, a rookie. He looks like a rookie, and that's probably not what we needed. Is probably my answer to what you're saying. We did want attacking options, but I can't. I hope he proves me wrong, and probably 9 times out of 10 in the last 3 or 4 years, many players like this have proved us wrong and come through. But is he a Premier League ready wide player? Well, I don't think so. I don't know what you think, but I don't think he looks that at this stage.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't get the full match, so yeah, he'll get other opportunities, you would have thought, but I'm sure that, Colombo will have taken that as a valid opinion now. Perhaps I just wanted you to clarify a little bit, but he was agitated, so I thought I'd read his message out. Anyway.
Look, I think the thing we're looking, the players that we've lost this year from last year's team, obviously like Tommy Watson was a contractual thing more than anything else. Would have he been, but he played on the other side more really. So, but we've got players in that squad who we've lost because they don't really have any pace or power, and I'm not sure from what I saw that this Jocelyn has that in abundance.
Okay, let's hear from Robin Roofs then. He's been speaking to Nick Barnes after Sunday's defeat by Fulham. It's now back-to-back home defeats for the Black Cats, and Roofs says that, well, they're always frustrated, of course they are, to drop points, but especially at the Stadium of Light.
No, as you say, it's disappointing, especially at home. But every game we want to get the 3 points, and we just weren't there in key moments. Set pieces, we give it away in key moments. 2 set pieces where we give a penalty away and we give a goal away. So, especially with the length we have and the good headers we have, we shouldn't be in this kind of trouble on set piece. So we need to do better on that.
Yeah, you mentioned set pieces there, Marco. Do you feel there's been a bit of a drop-off for whatever reason in the way that they've been defending set pieces?
Well, it wasn't great. It was a free header. There's lots of different ways of approaching it. Obviously, sometimes man for man. Sometimes it's a little bit more zonal. But he just seemed to break free and have a free header right in the middle of the 6-yard box was easy really. It's the law of averages. You are going to concede goals from set pieces because every team does. It's a major part of the game and has become more so in recent Premier League seasons, hasn't it? So far we've been really good at it, but recently we've conceded some. So we have to get back to what we were doing before, which is putting our bodies on the line. And look, there were some big blocks and there were some big challenges. But the pushing and pulling situation is going on all the time, and we don't seem to be able to find a resolution to that, in any way. And,
well, it happened in last night's game. Don't know if you saw it. The Everton Man United game. There was some ridiculous incidents in that.
Yeah, and I think what happens is, on some occasions, you push and pull, but the other man push and pulls more and gets away with it and scores. So. That's what we've had the last few weeks. You look at the Liverpool game, going back to the issues with Broby. If he hadn't have been roughed up as much as he was, he may have scored. So these things at the moment aren't going our way. But we aren't a bad side. We haven't become a poor side all of a sudden. It's just that sometimes these things go against you, and that's what a 38 game season is like. You have to just get on with it now. The biggest issue is that the biggest hurdle is just the confidence and getting over that and dragging a result out, which we can hopefully do this weekend.
You're listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm Simon Pride. John Anderson with me here at St James's Park ahead of tonight's game. Marco Gabbiadini talking Sunderland, and the Qarabağ players are out on the pitch as is customary when they arrive, just to get a feel of their surroundings. Still well over an hour and a quarter to kick off. We will get team news fairly soon. We're listening to Robin Roofs, the Sunderland goalkeeper, though, who's been speaking to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes and reflecting again on Fulham at the weekend. The first half especially was one to forget. Benno, I think, described it as one of the team's most lethargic performances of the season, in the first half anyway, and Roofs agreed that they did lack their normal intensity.
I think it's also when we have the ball, we just didn't manage to keep it long enough, and then when you have to run after the ball all the time, it's just difficult, and we can't do it for 90 minutes. But yeah, we just need to step everything up, also the intensity.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Marco, physically, mentally tired. It's the same for other teams, I know, and some have more fixtures than Sunderland have had. So maybe it's just sort of nature that you go through a slump at some point through a season. It's almost inevitable, and it's just a question of making sure that you get out of it as soon as you can.
Yeah, and look, Fulham came into that game with a string of not great results, and so they've maybe changed that dynamic, and they might go on an unbeaten run now. But it does happen, and also you look around you sometimes as a player, and if in that game we started without our captain, who's been probably our best player of the season, and within minutes we've lost one player, and then we've lost Mukiele, who has been another key player this season. You start looking around, and yeah, I know what Ben was saying about the energy and the tempo, but sometimes it's hard to get back to your tempo when you're settling in again and you've got people changing positions and new faces coming onto the field, and it takes sometimes a little bit of time to get going again. And we did have some decent attacks, and we got in behind them on a couple of occasions. Played some nice passes. There were quite a lot of fouls in the game. Fulham were stopping a lot of our attacks as well, which we had that problem last season, didn't we? Where I got a bit obsessed with the foul count last season. We were something like three or four fouls ahead of every other team in the country, and that makes a huge difference, because if you get away with a few fouls, especially those fouls where you don't get a booking, just nudging somebody, or just a little bit of obstruction, but it stops the attack. You get back in your shape as an opposition, and job's done. But if the referees aren't reacting to it, which I don't think he did enough on Sunday, you get away with it, and it makes a difference to the game.
Sunderland were picking up points consistently in the first half of the campaign. It does feel now that they are being punished for any lapses.
Yeah, no, of course it's a really hard league, and you see when we aren't on our best. We have seen it a few times this season. When we aren't on our best, every team can hurt us, and this shows the level of the league. But also, if we are on our best, we showed that we can make it difficult for every opponent. So we just need to find our rhythm back, and I'm sure we will.
I was talking to a couple of other journalists in the press room here, Marco, about Sunderland and their recent form, and there was a general feeling, I think, that they're not playing that differently to how they were earlier in the season. Maybe some things in games were going for them a little bit more, and they were picking up points, and maybe if Mundell scores against Fulham, and maybe they're then going on and win the game, things like that maybe were happening for them earlier in the season, and not so much now. But it's actually it's not like there's been a sort of calamitous change in the way that they're playing, or their form generally, is there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, against Liverpool, there were worrying. Liverpool dominated the game for spells, but actually we had our spells as well against a top side, and so I think Fulham as well. You look at it, it's 3-1 looks harsh, but they've scored a breakaway goal at the end, and they've maybe got away with some decisions, which makes a difference in the game. You've got to be careful not to get too despondent and carried away, but I think that we do, to get the captain back in the middle of the park, somebody who's a little bit more anchored. If you know what I mean, that someone who's happy to just sit and control the game, middle of the park, will make a difference to us. And there's been quite a lot of changes in the team. It hasn't been a particularly consistent team selection in the last few weeks, and that has been an issue as well. And new faces always takes time when new faces come into the dressing room as well. We've lost some people and brought some new people in, and that little maybe they've been working on things to get these players up to speed. Then they have, obviously one of them gets injured, the other one, they've got to hit the ground running, and it's not easy to do that.
One more clip to hear from Robin Roofs, and the good news at the weekend was that Granit Xhaka returned after an ankle issue, and Roofs, like many others, has been stressing the importance of Xhaka being in the side.
Obviously it's really important for us. He's a leader, but also without the ball he's really important for us. With the ball, like the rest he brings to us, so no, he's really important for us.
They're not a one-man team, but he is very important, in summary.
Yeah, of course he is. We've seen that, and he brings so much experience in a team that is still pretty green. Most of the players have not had long Premier League careers or played that many games in the Premier League at all, and some of them haven't played many games full stop. Robin Roofs is only in his second full season, I think, isn't he? He played a season and a half, I think, at his previous club. Those kind of players. Ballard's, he's done the hard miles in the lower, League One and the Championship. But it's a big step for him, and he's been magnificent. But if there's a little bit of a lull, that's to be expected. So, look, we're in an incredible position, which I don't think many fans. We couldn't have. If people had have predicted the points talk we had, towards the end of January, early February, not too many people would have believed that. So we've got to, take it in our stride and just hope the team can get back to winning ways and with a bit of luck. I was just catching up the stats there. Fulham nearly doubled our foul count on Sunday, but also we were equal or ahead on most of the other stats that were there, and so it just shows you the stats obviously they tell you a story, but they don't tell you the final score. But the team, they weren't that bad. It was just those key moments and set pieces and a breakaway goal at the end when we were maybe a little bit exposed.
Now, the season ticket renewal window for Sunderland fans is open, and so it is that time of year again. Prices have gone up various levels around the ground by the looks of things. Like to hear from you Sunderland fans as to whether you're going to be renewing, whether you still feel that it's good value, whether you think that the price rise is too much, whether you think that actually Sunderland offer much better value than some other teams in the Premier League. Give us your thoughts on that, and the waiting list is now open for season tickets for next season as well. If you haven't had a season ticket this season but would like to have one, that opportunity is there. You would imagine, Marco, that there would be a pretty high take up of people renewing their tickets, bearing in mind what they've witnessed this time around.
Yeah, nice position for the club to be in, as far as commercial, the revenue that's going to come in. I think any Sunderland supporters will definitely feel they've had value for money. We've had one of the best home records of the season, and yes, we've had 2 defeats, but hopefully we can continue on that. And look, the crowd and the supporters and the atmosphere pre-match and the support that the fans have given the players has been immense this year. It's been a huge factor. I think a lot of people who are looking inwards at Sunderland have been, I don't think surprised, but they've been complimentary to the way that the supporters get behind their team and make the stadium an intimidating place to come.
Let me give you the contact details
get your
again.
renewal done. Yeah.
If you would like to come on air tonight, 0800 234 6565. That's the phone number. You can have a chat to Marco and to John Anderson this evening ahead of Newcastle's game against Qarabağ, which kicks off at 8 o'clock tonight, and will also be on air until 10:30 after the match as well. If you'd like to send us a WhatsApp message, 08000 321 333 is the number. You can send us a text on 81333. Start your message with the letters BBC. But the best thing to do is to give us a call. Here's a reminder of the number.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We'll have a chat to Johnny, who's on the line in a moment. He's a Newcastle fan, but it is 6:45 now, and that means we can bring you the team news for tonight's game, Newcastle against Qarabağ. And here is that team in the absence of Razor, who's busy pouting on Look North. Ramsdale is in goal. Trippier plays at right back. It's Botman and Byrne at the heart of defence. Alex Murphy at left back. The midfield three is Joe Linton, Tonali and Voltemade. Jacob Murphy and Harvey Barnes are either side of William Osula, who starts at centre forward this evening. What do you think of that, Ando?
Strong side. A lot of experience in there. Pleased for young Alex Murphy. He's been around a long time, been sitting on the bench waiting for his opportunity, and he gets it tonight. Another opportunity for Osula up front. I thought Wissa would have started, but he gets a chance. Surprised that Barnes starts on the left. I thought Gordon would have played. Just with the amount of goals that he's gotten, another opportunity after that tonight. But it's, as I say, it's a strong side. You look at that midfield: Joe Linton, Tonali, Voltemade. Plenty of strength in there.
And Bill has sent his team in. He sent it in before the team came out, obviously. He got 7 out of 11 correct, which I don't think is too bad. I don't know what you got, Ando, when you did Ando's 11 yesterday. I don't know how many you got correct.
I'll tell you what my team was. It was Ramsdale. It was Jacob Murphy at right back. Yeah. It was Botman, Bourne, Alex Murphy, yes. Tonali, Ramsey, Voltemade, Gordon, Wissa, and who did I have on the right? Langa.
So I think you only got 7 as well. That's always tough. Anyway, so let us know what you made of that team, or what you make of that team now that it's out. We'll check what the substitutes bench looks like as well. But let's have a chat to Johnny, who's on the line. He's a Newcastle supporter. Good evening, Johnny. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you all doing, gents?
Hey, Johnny. Yeah, good.
What will tonight bring, Johnny? What can they get out of the game tonight?
I think players that need minutes, just to get minutes. Good. It's a good match. It's still a Champions League match regardless of what you make of the opposition. So it's good for like the Joe Linton to get good minutes, say maybe 70 minutes in the tank. Osula, obviously Alex Murphy, good opportunity to agree with Ando. I think he's been knocking on the door. You can't really get a rhythm when you're maybe playing the odd minute or two. Like when he came off the bench against Villa, he came off the bench against Liverpool at Anfield. He's only getting the last 5 minutes of that when the game's already been wrapped up. So this will be a really good test. But I think Eddie Howe's pretty much got the team bang on. You can't really lose with the team selection. I don't think tonight. It might have been the only possible one is to be Wissa. Maybe Wissa could have started and got some minutes in his legs. But I think at the minute you'd probably say Osula probably needs more minutes, because I think out of the two, I think if he's got a chance to bring a striker on, I still think Howe would go with Wissa, given the opportunity, say if we're drawing or a goal behind against Everton with 15-20 minutes to go. I think he still would go Wissa before Osula, in my opinion, but I could be wrong.
Look at I think it is an opportunity to get game time into I think if we score a couple early on, I think you will see wholesale changes.
Like a pre-season friendly, won't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the likes of young Sean Neve will get longer than he did out there if it goes well tonight. As I say, if you score early and at half time the game's most definitely wrapped up. Look, I think it's already wrapped up as it is, but we're 2-3 up at half time. I think young Neve will get an opportunity, and he'll mix and match. He'll save players' legs. The likes of Trippier needs a rest. He's rested young Hall tonight, but Trippier most definitely needs a breather. 35 years of age to play the amount of games that he's been asked to play, and for him to keep going and keep performing the way he is full credit to him. But he could do with a breather. I think Tonali as well. So as I say, I think if it goes well and we get ahead early on and add a couple more, I think we'll see wholesale changes. And as you just said, Pridey, I think it probably would then turn into something like a pre-season friendly.
Well, let me just go through the bench for you. 3 goalkeepers on it, so Nick Pope and John Ruddy, as well as Harris Young, goalkeeper, and Lewis Hall's on the bench, Wisser's on the bench, Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Leo Shahar, as well as Sean Neve. So that's how the bench looks, and as Ando says, we can probably expect to see a good few of them getting a run out this evening. No jeopardy at all in this game, Johnny, is there? So I mean, it's a good opportunity for somebody like, William Masula and Alex Murphy, makes his first start for Newcastle tonight, just to go out and enjoy themselves, relax a bit, show what they can do.
Yeah, like I say, I think you've always got to pinch yourself, because it is still, the knockout stages of the Champions League, and to be in a situation where you can go and it's so comfortable, so relaxing. You've probably got half an eye on, if not more than half an eye on Everton on Saturday. But it's just nice to be back at home. I think, with 4 away games on the trot, only the one defeat against Man City, which I thought were a little bit unfortunate on Saturday. But yeah, I think going back to what you said, it is nice to give players opportunity, but they've got to take that opportunity. Even though it's 6-1 at home, 6-1 after the first leg, make a mark. Make it difficult for the manager not to select you when players are injured. Let's not try and use players that are out of position to take those spaces. But I do agree with Andrew. I think Trippier should only play a half at most today, man, because like I say, we don't want to be in a position as soon as Livermento's back and fit. We're expecting Livermento to play 4, 5, 6 games in a row until Trippier gets back fit, if he picks up an injury, because like I say, he's been outstanding recently and we don't want him to get a little knock. So if you can, like Andrew says, if it's 2-0 at half time, bring Leo Shahar on to 45 minutes. He's going to have experience of doing Botman, Jacob Murphy in front of him, Joe Linton just to the left of him as well. So yeah, just do what's necessary. Even if it's 0-0 at half time, just be sensible. I'm sure Hart will be.
Okay, Johnny, thanks very much indeed for sharing your views ahead of tonight's game. Enjoy the match tonight. Brian sent a message. I think it's right to leave Gordon out. He would have left out Joe Linton as well. He says we can't afford a Champions League ban for him with big games coming up in the next round.
Was Ramsey on the bench?
No, Ramsey's not in the squad tonight, so I'm not sure what the reason behind that is. Maybe a little knock.
Yeah, you would think so. Or he would have been on the bench.
He would have definitely been on the bench, yeah.
I think that's the reason Joe Linton plays, because I think if Ramsey had been right, Ramsey would have played, I think.
So that probably answers that question. And this message is from... No, it's from Wayne. Hello, Wayne. He says, "Hi, Pridey, it's Wayne here." And he says, "I agree to an extent with Andrew's predicted lineup, with Ramsdale playing in goal and Murphy playing at fullback as well."
Well, we got it wrong.
But yeah, well... Well, he was Alex Murphy playing at fullback, but the Jacob Murphy's not at right fullback. But he's happy that Joe Linton's got some game time in midfield as well. But then he also thinks there'll be changes in the final half hour.
Yeah, look,
I predict, says Wayne, a 3-0 win.
I think it's ideal to give young Shahar a run out. If it's going well, find out if he's going to be up to it or not. Same with young Alex Murphy. We haven't seen enough of him. We've seen him for 10 minutes here, probably. Was it 15 minutes was the longest he got. You can't really judge anybody on that. So he's got to go and he's got to do it tonight. He's got to say to the manager, "Look, you've put me in. I'm going to lay a marker down where you can trust me, where you can put your faith in me, that you know that I can go and I can do a job." And then at half time you take Trippier off, you put young Shahar on, and let's see what he's made of. It's only one way of finding out, and that's by playing these boys. Same with young Neve. I'd love to see young Neve get all of the second half, because even though he only came on for 10 minutes out there, he looked lively. His movement was good, so I'd like to see him for a bit longer.
It's a Champions League total sport. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. 7 minutes to 7 now.
Anna Foster.
Weekday mornings from 10. As the Mercury Prize returns to the North East, I asked Maximo Park frontman and former nominee Paul Smith what it means to be included.
Well, I think it's a certain kind of artistic validation. A lot of other awards are, I guess, a bit more showbiz. Some of them are probably celebrating the fact that you've sold a lot of records. This one is a judging panel of your peers. It casts a bit of a spotlight on your music. For the bigger artists, then they get also that kind of a little bit of kudos for the music, not just the album sales.
Anna Foster.
Weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
I saw them live at the weekend, Maximo Park. It was basically, they were very good, they were excellent, and a lot of people in their 40s and 50s there behaving like they were still teenagers, basically. One of those kind of gigs.
Good band.
There's probably a few injuries. I would have a few pulled muscles, I suspect, after that night, but it was a good night.
It's amazing. It's funny how music does that to you, isn't it?
Indeed. Takes you back. I was amazed how many people just knew all the words as well, all the lyrics to the songs. I mean, I knew the songs, I remember the songs, but I couldn't have recited them the way that everybody around me was doing, pretty much word for word, which was quite impressive. Rob's on the line. He's a Sunderland fan. How are you doing, Rob?
Hi, Simon. Hi, John. Hi, Marco.
Hey, Rob.
Hello, Rob.
Hi.
Rob,
John,
are you frustrated after the Fulham game?
I certainly was, yeah, but, you know, it was just one of those things, one of those days that they happen, don't they? You know, anything that could go wrong did go wrong. It wasn't a very good performance at all. We picked up injuries, you know, and it just seems as though, sadly, one of those days where probably everything went against us, including luck, you know. We just have to put it down, you know. I mean, it was an inept performance, but it's how we bounce back from it now, I believe.
Well, yeah, we've got a few opportunities to do that. I mean,
yes.
The Premier League is always a test every match. So, yeah, we've done ever so well. I think that's the good thing is that we know the players that we've got can respond, can bounce back. And you know, we just move forward and park those last games. But you feel comfortable, don't you, Rob? You're not worried, are you, about red? Yeah.
Yes, I like those other points on the board now. You know, but you know, it is what it is. You know, I mean, I thought we played better when Xhaka came on. You know, whether we should have started, it's all hindsight now. You know, we did start. Play a little bit better once Xhaka came on, and we sort of took the game a little bit to Fulham at the time. But it happened. Days like this happen, don't they? You know, we've done that to teams in the past. You know, and you just put it behind you. It's how we bounce back now. We tough down at Bournemouth on Saturday, and then Leeds next Tuesday night. You know, but. The opportunities are there, aren't they? You know, it's still been a great season for us and an unforgettable one. You know, I'm just a bit disappointed with some people who are now starting to throw the toys out the pram. And I must say one thing. Now, just thought about this. When I was going to work yesterday morning, Matt was on and he said something about a Rob saying Regis Lebris needs to be sacked. Let me just state categorically, it was not me. You know,
somebody really said that? Well, no, surely that was somebody on a bit of a wind-up. You would suspect that no one really thinks that is something that ought to happen. Yeah.
I'm quite surprised Matt even read that out, even, to be honest. I mean, that's a ridiculous statement, isn't it? I mean, it's been an incredible season so far, and you know, with yes, we brought a lot of players in, and you know, lots of them have really proved themselves and been great additions to the club. But it was never going to be easy to make that many players settle in. So the manager or the head coach did a brilliant job
with
his staff.
Has, And I mean, the two new ones who started on Sunday, they look promising. I mean, they made one or two. They'll take them time to settle in, you know. But the promise was there, you know, and it was just, as I say, it was just a bad day at the office, and one that we were probably overdue to get anyhow, you know. So let's put it behind it. Let's just take what we can out of it and just move on. We've still got a lot to play for, you know. Last 16 of the FA Cup, probably week come Sunday, but who knows where. In fact, if that game doesn't go ahead, I don't know because of where Port Vale is down there at the moment, there's no saying that game's going to go ahead next Tuesday night. So goodness knows when we'll play that, you know. But
yes, fair enough. Yeah. Hopefully it will all happen on schedule, but you're quite right. There might well be some concerns depending on what the weather's like next week. Rob, good to talk to you as ever. Thanks very much for coming on.
Rob. Take it easy.
Paul has messaged when I renewed my season ticket this morning. I thought it was a reasonable price for all the entertainment and excitement for another year. By my calculations, it works out at under £18 a game for me, says Paula. So she's very happy and she has renewed for another season. 0800 234 6565. That's the number to call if you want to talk Sunderland or look ahead to Newcastle's game tonight. You can also send us a WhatsApp 08000 321 333 or a text on 81333 starting with the letters BBC.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with the BBC News, I'm John Collins. GPs in England will have to guarantee same-day appointments for patients with urgent needs as part of new government plans. Ministers are pledging to give patients with obesity improved access to weight loss support programmes and jabs. Here's the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting.
We've got 2,000 more GPs in the NHS now than when Labour came into office. We've got another 1,600 or so funded through the package we're announcing today. And patient satisfaction with access to general practice has gone from 60% when we came in to 75% today. Now, by definition, that means there are still 1 in 4 people who've not been satisfied, and therefore I am not satisfied.
Lawyers for Lord Mandelson say his arrest yesterday was prompted by a baseless suggestion that he was planning to leave the UK and move abroad. The former ambassador to the US is accused of sharing market-sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein back in 2009. A warrant to arrest a paranoid schizophrenic before he killed 3 people was not carried out for months in what a police chief described as a serious, systemic and operational failure. Valdo Calacane stabbed to death Barnaby Webber, Grace O'Malley Kumar and Ian Coates before seriously injuring 3 others in Nottingham in June 2023. As the judge-led inquiry into the attacks continues, Nottinghamshire police have said it's not realistic that Calacane would have been prosecuted and imprisoned if the warrant had been executed. Now, the government's pledged to extend powers given to councils after a BBC investigation found some children are missing months or even years of education. Local authorities are warning young people they're looking after aren't being given top priority for school places as existing rules don't apply to academies. Alex manages a children's home in Lincolnshire. She once had 14 rejections from different schools for one teenage boy, including after a visit.
He comes back, he's full of it, he says it looks like Hogwarts and he really wants to go, and when can he go? And then we get the can't meet need. Why invite a complex child to come and look around your school to then turn around and say, nah, sorry?
The parents of the first child in the UK to be born using a transplanted womb say they've been given an incredible gift. Grace Bell and Steve Powell's son Hugo was born just before Christmas last year, thanks to a womb from a woman who died. And the Make a Difference Awards are back for 2026. There are 8 categories this year, including the Animal Awards and Great Neighbour. Presenter Gabby Roslin's been telling us what to look out for when considering who to nominate.
It might be somebody who's doing something for the environment locally. It might be somebody who's really personally helped you cope with something really, really difficult. It might be a young carer you know about, because we all need to be applauding all of these people and actually just saying thank you and sharing their stories.
Nominations close on the 31st of March. You're up to date and it's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you very much indeed for choosing Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle this evening. We are at St James's Park, or at least Ando and myself, Simon Proud. We're at St James's Park. Marco is in his house that he locked himself out of in dramatic style just before going on air, but made it. So to talk Sunderland. But Ando and I are looking forward to Newcastle against Qarabağ tonight in the Champions League. Newcastle with that 6-1 advantage after the first leg. They line up as follows tonight: Aaron Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Botman, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Joe Linton, Tonali, Voltemada, Jacob Murphy, William Asula and Harvey Barnes. Razors just sprinted up the steps to do the team into the 7 o'clock menu, as we like to call it. You were too late, Razor, sorry. I gave you as much time as I could. I tried to fill.
Yeah, well, I was trying to find our Azerbaijani journalist who's going to speak to us.
Is he still around? Go find
I don't know.
Well, we need him in 5 minutes or so you can go back and find him now. I've done the team. You can do the bench if you want.
If you want me to.
But it makes your sprint up the steps worthwhile then, doesn't it?
Well, 3 goalkeepers, who are Pope, Ruddy and Harris. Hall, Gordon, Wissa, Elanga, Willock, Shahar and Neve.
Thank you very much indeed. Now you can go and find our Azerbaijani friend Nihad Rzayev, who's going to speak to us tonight about Newcastle's opposition. There goes Razor. He's busy, isn't he? Busy lad.
He keeps himself fit.
He does,
up and down them steps.
Well, what was impressive was he ran up here and then he recited the subs bench. I was trying to sort of stitch him up a bit because I thought he was out of breath, but he did that well.
No,
he was
did,
fine.
yeah.
He's got aerobic power, that lad. So we're looking ahead to tonight's game, and we'll be on air until 10:30 afterwards as well to reflect on it and probably to look ahead as to what will lie ahead for Newcastle in the last 16 of the Champions League, which they are 99.9999999% certain of qualifying for. We're talking Sunderland as well. Marco on hand to talk Sunderland. We've heard from Robin Roofs tonight. We've been talking about the game against Fulham, reflecting on that a bit more as well, and talking about the season ticket renewals as well, whether you are renewing, whether you think it's good value at Sunderland, and all things red and white we're here to talk about as well. We'll keep you up to date with everything else going on too. Let me give you the numbers one more time. 0800 234 6565 is the phone number. 08000 321 333. On WhatsApp, start your message with the letters BBC, and 81333 on text. Again, start your message please with the letters BBC.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
In the early Champions League match tonight, the knockout round playoffs, Atletico Madrid now lead Club Bruges by 2-1 on the night, so it's 5-4 on aggregate. Just under half an hour to play in Madrid, but Atletico have edged in front in that match. There are a couple more games tonight as well. Leverkusen against Olympiacos and Inter Milan against Bodo Glimt tonight to Inter Milan with a 2-goal deficit to overturn, which is what Olympiacos have to do as well in their game. So that's how things are elsewhere in the Champions League. Thanks for all the messages. Let me do a few more of them now. Brian from South Shields has been on, Ando.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm not sure how he knows this. I don't know whether he uses one of those online flight trackers, but he says the flight from Baku, it didn't land last night until 11 p.m. And I know that certainly Qarabağ didn't do a press conference yesterday, did they? Or train on the pitch?
No, they didn't.
It didn't land until 11 p.m. What were they thinking of? Because by the time they'd have got to bed, it would have been about 4 a.m. Baku time. They'd have been exhausted, says Brian from South Shields. Perhaps not the ideal preparation for this.
Well, they're obviously thinking, doesn't matter what time we get there.
We're out anyway.
We're out anyway, yeah. It's not going to make a great deal of difference. But I don't know. Don't know what the thinking was behind it. I don't know whether that information's right or not. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, if that's what he says, he's probably right. But yeah, it didn't give them much time to get some sleep, because by the time they get to a hotel and get their heads down and everything else, don't know if they've done anything today. They might have just had a sleep all day today.
This message is reflecting on the Man City defeat still, Ando.
Yeah.
Hi lads, on the Newcastle game at the weekend, I thought if we'd made better decisions in the final third, we might have got something more. There was a point when Joe Willock broke through, held onto it too long, then a weak shot towards the keeper, but overall it was a good performance. And most people are getting in touch and still getting in touch about the City game, happy enough with the way that Newcastle played, even though they didn't manage to break that run of bad results down there.
Yeah, no, look, performance was good, performance was excellent. We did a lot of the ball second half. I thought we'd better chances in the first half, if I'm perfectly honest. As I said last night, Friday, Manchester City changed the second half. They brought Kusanov on, who's quick, and they sat a bit deeper second half. They didn't leave the space in behind that we were exploiting in the first half with Alanga and Gordon. So they dropped and defended a bit deeper. Midfield players sat in front. They played a little bit like an away team, Manchester City, and then looked to break on us. When they broke, they had their chances. Pope's made a couple of saves. For all the ball we had in the second half, we didn't really work the goalkeeper enough and create too many clear-cut chances.
Steve from Leam Lane sent in his bet slip for tonight. He always likes to do this. Tell us what he's gone for. I mean, you know Steve well enough now. I know what do you reckon he's gone for tonight?
I think he's gone 5-0.
He's only gone for 3.
Does he?
Yes. 13-2 the price that he's got for that. So he thinks it'll be 3-0. It could be anything really. It could be anything.
Yeah. Look, if we score early on, just say, will you take a 3-0 defeat and we can all pack up and go home? Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that?
Well, no, we're not. No, we'll stay till.
The way you can forfeit a game and lose a 3-0.
Doms, by the way, told me that Qarabağ trained yesterday, then flew after they trained, then did their press conference. They did their press conference in Baku rather than over here as well. So that would make sense with the flight time and arriving late. And Richard's got a question as well for you, Ando. Why on earth have Newcastle got 4 goalkeepers in the squad tonight? Why didn't we register more young players at the start of the competition? Says Richard. Thinks we have some more young outfield players to get the experience of sitting on the bench.
I have no idea.
A lot of goalkeepers.
I have no idea. I think registering 4 keepers has been ultra cautious, you would say, wouldn't you? But
I wonder who holds the record for spending minutes on the bench without ever playing. John Ruddy's got to be close, isn't he? The amount of time he's sat on benches.
Yeah, and he'll spend his time on more benches than you would think that. No, you wouldn't. You can't see him getting game time, can you? Unless it were 4-0 up or something with 15 minutes to go and they decide to
stick him on up front?
Stick him, or take Ramsdale off and put him on.
Stick him on in goal, whatever. I guess it would seem unlikely, wouldn't it? It would seem unlikely. This message, no name on it, Marco, but it says, if I keep listening to Marco long enough, then I will think that Sunderland will get the 3 points from that Fulham game, because better team, kept getting fouled, set-piece victims, breakaway goals. Well, here's one for you, Marco. Shots on target, Fulham had double Sunderland's total.
I was just saying for people not to be despondent. I wasn't saying that we deserved to win the game. Fulham played well. They had some good performances. They took maybe a bit more risk. They left players up the field, which we're quite prone to bringing everybody behind the ball. So I was just we were talking a bit of context. I wasn't making any sweeping decisions. I wasn't even moaning. So I that's a little bit. I think you've got the wrong idea on that conversation.
And see, people are now sending in their bet slips. It's become a habit. You don't have to every time you have a bet. But Andrew wants our verdict on his ACCA. I mean, I don't know if we can start this as a feature either, because I'm sure it's not hugely interesting to those who aren't interested whatsoever in what's happening in Shrewsbury's game. However, he's gone for Shrewsbury, Boston, Rochdale, York, and both teams to score in Macclesfield against AFC Fylde. So there you go. I'm sure South Shields would hope that Fylde don't score in that one. It pays 120 odds to 1.
Oh,
so good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah. But yes, don't expect us to endorse it, because that would just jinx it. The Mackem Cabby has been on as well. We are not safe, Marco. We are not safe. We should have a button to press, an alert, a warning sign, a warning signal when the Mackem Cabby's on. We are not safe.
John,
Two more defeats and other results go against us, then we're only 5 clear of the drop. Cheers, a worried Mackem Cabby. P.S. Good luck, Ando, tonight. You're going to need it.
Yeah. Thanks very much for that. I appreciate it. I think that's.
I mean, that's saying. I think to get relegated, we'd have to lose 10. What have we lost on the boat? We'd have to lose the next 11 games. Is that going to happen?
Yes. It seems unlikely.
Well, thank you. I tell you what, if yous are in danger, we must be in danger as well.
Level points, yeah. So.
And nobody's mentioned anything about us getting relegated, have they?
Yeah. We're just not going to. I mean, I think.
11 games left. There's 11 games left? 12 games left, whatever it is. You need 4 points from 30-odd point, from a possible 30-odd point. I mean,
we might not even
anybody
need
who thinks you're still going to get relegated is yeah.
And one more for now from Mark, who is messaging about tonight's game, Newcastle against Qarabağ, 8 o'clock kickoff here at St James's, live on BBC Radio Newcastle. Mark says, I think it's crazy to risk Byrne and Joe Linton when they're booking away from a ban. Literally no need to play them. Play Wissa and Elanga gives them an extra game time to get used to Howe's style without being under too much pressure, says Mark.
I think from a defensive point of view, I think he's very limited to what he could do. You know, he's brought young Murphy in. He feels he needs to play Trippier. We talk about giving Trippier a rest. He hasn't been able to do that. He's got no other fit centre-backs.
Yes.
What does he do? You know,
play someone else there. I mean, you could play Alex Murphy at centre half.
I think I said I think if Ramsey had been fit, which obviously he's picked up a knock because he's not in the squad at all. But I think if Ramsey had been fit, Ramsey would have played and Joe Linton wouldn't. That's just my opinion.
Yes. Okay, but he still does have other options that he could have gone with, and you can kind of understand the message.
But who's he play at centre back?
Well, he could play Alex Murphy at centre back, couldn't he?
And then who does he play at left back?
Somebody else will slot in there. Well, let me look at the.
Well, go ahead. You tell me.
Well, pluck somebody out the academy, can't you?
You don't fancy a game tonight, do you, sir?
You go and play left back. I know you prefer the right, but you could go and do that. Okay. Thank you for your messages so far. Loads in tonight. I've got through as many of them as we can. We'll try and get through a few more as well. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your messages with the letters BBC. Still time to give us a call as well. 0800 234 6565. It's just gone 7:15 now.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Tom's using up all his holiday days because he's got so much left. He's got to use it or lose it. I texted him. I said, enjoying your day, and you sent me a video of your car saying I'm in the garage.
I was just sort of having a look and I was like, that tyre needs replaced right now.
It was a bald tyre.
It was bald, yeah. It was like the back of your head.
Good. Right, well, I'm glad to. I hope they charged you a fortune for that. Is something going on? Where is your car? Is your car in the car park?
Yeah, it is.
Right, I'm just going to do some nails and take
make it flat, just like your crack in the mornings.
Right, that's enough.
Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And the breakfast show back, usual time tomorrow morning. There will be reaction from tonight's game, of course, so do not miss that, and plenty more reaction in Total Sport tomorrow evening as well. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about Qarabağ now. Obviously, most people listening will have seen, or at least listened to on the radio, that first leg, that 6-1 win for Newcastle. We're going to talk to Nihat Rizayev from 343 Media, who is here to cover Qarabağ this evening. Good evening, Nihat.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
Firstly, tell us about the reaction after the first game and what the people in Azerbaijan thought of that result, because people were probably a bit surprised that it was such a big score.
Yeah, we get mad first. After that, we get sad, and we shock under pressure.
Yeah.
Because Newcastle first start and they doing pressure very well, and we don't think what we do.
Yeah.
And then we see that 3-0.
Yes.
And after that, we begin the match and 4-0. And it was a difficult game for us, of course. Yeah. And we made too many mistakes. And I think that it is good for our future, because this result change our mind for the future, for the big clubs. We don't even draft after we draft Chelsea, and we think that we beat Liverpool and Newcastle as well. But realistic, we think that we lost the game, but not this time.
So yes, they've probably learned a lot from that first game. The whole Champions League experience this season, all of the games this season, it's been a great adventure for Qarabağ, hasn't it?
Yeah. First, we don't think this happened. This is miracle for us. This is fairy tale for us. But after that, draw with Chelsea change everything.
Yeah, of course.
Because we think that we shocked all of Europe after Benfica, and also we won against Copenhagen.
Yes.
But after that we lost the game, Athletic Bilbao, and we think that this is enough for us. We get to win, and this is enough. But after draw with Chelsea, we hope big. And against Ajax, we also we become sad. We think that it is over. But after that, we beat Eintracht Frankfurt, and think that we beat Liverpool also. But after that, we think that we go to the playoff, and Newcastle isn't better as
of course.
Liverpool. But we also knew that pressure is better than Liverpool in Newcastle, because we watched the Premier League match and we see that their pressure.
Yes.
But this helps us again for the future.
But of course, as you've mentioned there, some great results this season, so I think the team can probably be very, very proud of what they've achieved. Tonight then, how do they approach the game tonight? What are they thinking tonight? Is it just a case of let's not concede more goals, or do they come out and try and think, well, let's score first and then see what happens?
Yeah, last game was very difficult for us, but today I think the Champions League.
There we go, there's the music. Yeah, it's still a novelty for you, isn't it? You're still enjoying that. You still like to hear that every time.
Yeah, this feeling is very for us.
Yeah,
and we want to show a better performance today. The team is focused and motivated. We want to stay with one. Not lost. Not easy game for the Newcastle. We want to fight against this team, and I think that we changed something during the game. During the second half, we changed our tactical defense.
Yes.
And today, I think that we changed something. I think we score one goal.
Well, we will see tonight.
But of course, I hope we beat. But realistically, next year, after 3 or few transfer.
And that has to be the plan, hopefully, to qualify again and do the same next year, and maybe do better next year. That has to be the plan.
Maybe. And I have one question for you. Do you think you go to the final this year, or?
I'll let John answer that. Are Newcastle going to go to the final?
Well, Pridey, I said on this show, and I said people might think I'm mad, but I think we've got more chance of winning the Champions League than we have of winning anything else domestically, because I think Champions League, the way that it's played, suits us down to the ground because of our physicality and the pace that we play at. So I think we've got more chance of winning the Champions League than we have of winning anything.
Of winning the Premier League.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's hard. I mean, but we've seen how well Spurs have done, and Spurs are struggling in the Premier League. They're down at the bottom of the Premier League, but yet they did well in the Champions League. So
maybe you won Champions League, and next year you become again.
I know that in Azerbaijan, sports like UFC and wrestling, very big over there, perhaps bigger than football. Do you think, though, that what Qarabağ have done, will that mean that football becomes a bigger sport there, generates more interest, and maybe football can become the number one sport in Azerbaijan?
This year, 3 years before, wrestling is first in Azerbaijan.
Yes.
But after Qarabağ, similar to beating Bayer Leverkusen, it gets hope to us. During the local game, the fan, most of the fan don't going to the match. But after that, European games, everybody come to the match. 30,000 people come to match and focusing on football, focusing on YouTube channel about Qarabağ. And I think Qarabağ is the first team in Azerbaijan right now. And the main focus in Azerbaijan now is football.
Okay, good. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. Well, enjoy the game tonight, Nihad. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Good to see you. That's Nihad Rzayev, who works for 343 Media. He's covering the game tonight, and great to have him with us just to tell us a bit more about Qarabağ this evening. The Newcastle players just jogging out of the tunnel to set about their warm-up routine. Good smattering of fans in the ground now. Speaking to a couple of fans who were coming tonight this morning, Ando, they were actually saying, I'm not so sure it was a good idea to spend all the money on the tickets now because it's a dead rubber. But then, it's a Champions League match, and who knows how many Champions League matches fans are going to get the chance to watch. You never know. So it's just a question of relishing the occasion, enjoying it, and probably seeing another good victory. And any Champions League victory is an enjoyable victory to watch, isn't it?
It's not one of the glamour ones, that's for sure. It's not a Barcelona or a Real Madrid or a Bayern Munich or one of those top European sides, but it's still a Champions League game. As you say, the tie is over, but it gives people the opportunity to come and watch Champions League football. Qarabağ are the lowest ranked side left in the competition, but you've still got to go and you've still got to do the job. You've got to be professional about it, and as I say, you never know when you'll get the opportunity to come and see Champions League football again. But as I said earlier on, I think we've got a better chance of winning this than we have of anything else.
Atletico Madrid look to be heading to the last 16 because they've scored again, so they lead Club Brugge now by 3-1, 6-4 on aggregate. They're into the last 5 minutes in Madrid, so looking good for Atletico. Daryl is a Newcastle fan. He's on the line now. Evening, Daryl. How are you doing?
Evening, Freddie, Ando, Marco. Doing well, thanks.
Hello, Daryl.
For work reasons, I can't be there tonight. However, I am worried that there might be a few extra empty seats in the ground, because I've noticed on the website today, looking, that there's tickets available for the game in nearly every part of the ground.
Which is unusual, isn't it?
It is unusual, and I hope it doesn't affect the atmosphere too much. But I think it also comes down to the cost. I know the tie's effectively dead and buried, but it's 70 quid a ticket, and it's a lot of money. And unfortunately, that's nothing we can put on the club, because that's the UEFA initiative. It's not a club initiative. I'm sure if it was the other way around, then the club would have done something to reduce prices for the fans to make it more accessible. But it's pricing fans out of the game, and I do worry about it. And it'll only probably go up if we go further in the competition.
Yeah, more than likely, Daryl. Yeah, look, 70 quid's an awful lot of money to come and watch a dead rubber. Let's be perfectly honest about it. I mean, this tie is well and truly over. I mean, it was over after half an hour of the first leg. So you're coming to watch, and as far as the atmosphere goes, it's not as if we're going into this chasing the game, chasing the lead, needing a goal to get back into it. It's, you know, Stephen Pridey were talking earlier on, and you just feel that if we score early and you get a couple up, it's going to turn into something like a pre-season friendly. You know, there'll be changes made left, right and centre, and the game will go a little bit flat, and there won't be any real tempo to it, and that'll get through to the crowd, and, you know, everything, the game, the crowd, everything about it just becomes a bit flat. But look, as you say, it's a UEFA initiative. It's what they do. You know, they come into your football club. They basically take over. You know, you come here, and it's, you know, people on a match day, Premier League, FA Cup, League Cup. You see the same people game in, game out. And you come here for Champions League nights, and there's different people all over the place who you've never seen before. You know, but that's the way that it is. You know, that's the way the competition is run. But okay.
Yeah, it is one of them. It's talking the changes. I'm glad he's made the changes that he has. I would have hoped that we would have not had to risk burning Joe Linton with him being on yellow cards, but I know he doesn't like to make too many changes, and to be honest, I haven't really got any other options, certainly in terms of Dan Burn, because you would then not have a left back if you put Alex Murphy at left centre back, and you'd be looking at Finn Hall, and we all know that resting Hall is far more important than resting Dan Burn. The Joe Linton inclusion, again, I know why he's good, because it's given other players a rest, but again, it's a risk because you potentially, if he is going to get a yellow card tonight, we'll lose him for the first leg of the next tie. But again, I just feel like, unfortunately, at this point, he's bound by what's available to him.
Yeah, you know, Stephen Pridey were talking earlier on about, you know, resting Dan Burn. Okay, you could play young Alex Murphy at left side centre back, but then who do you play at left back? You know, I honestly thought Trippier would have been rested today, and even if it meant playing Jacob Murphy at right back, you know, I think we've seen enough in that first leg to say that they're not going to test you too much from a defensive point of view, so you probably could have got away with playing Murphy at right back. But, you know, Trippier is one of those lads who he needs a rest. You know, you spoke about young Hall needing a rest, but 35 years of age and he keeps going game in, game out. He most definitely could do with a breather, Kieran Trippier.
Yeah. I wonder if he
Daryl
might need to be back by the weekend, but yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Indeed. He would be someone that would
it'd be
back
good
as
to
soon
get
as
one or
possible.
two of those injured boys back. It'd be good to get Miley back, you know, even if it's only just to see him on the bench at the weekend would be that'd be an added bonus.
Thank you very much indeed, Darryl. Thanks for coming on this evening.
Mate. Take it easy.
And we will speak to you again soon, I'm sure. Darryl, one of our regulars on Total Sport, and we will be staying on air till 10:30, so you can react after the game tonight, and of course keep your messages coming in throughout the course of the evening. If you want to send us a WhatsApp, it's 08000 321 333, a text 81333. Start your messages with the letters BBC. The time's just gone past 7:30.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And we are building up to what is an 8 o'clock kickoff here at St James's Park tonight. Newcastle taking on Qarabağ in the Champions League playoff round. The Magpies 6-1 up after the first leg in Baku. Team news-wise tonight, well, Aaron Ramsdale starts in goal. Kieran Trippier will be at right back. Alex Murphy coming in at left back. And Dan Burn and Sven Botman are the centre halves. Sandro Tonali, Joe Linton and Nick Baltamada across the middle, and in the front three, Jacob Murphy on the right hand side, Harvey Barnes on the left, William Osula down the middle, and on the bench, Pope, Ruddy, Harris, Hall, Wisser, Gordon, Alanga, Willock, Shahar, Nee and Sean Neve. So that's how Newcastle line up this evening. Atletico Madrid are now 4-1 up against Club Bruges, so the aggregate is now 7-4 4, and that one's nearly finished as well. So Atletico Madrid are going to go through to the last 16. Later on, Bayer Leverkusen have a 2-0 deficit to overturn against the Greek side Olympiakos. That's another 8 o'clock kickoff, as is Inter Milan against Bodo Glimt, and the Italian side are 3-1 down after the first leg there. The Sunderland goalkeeper Robin Roofs says they lacked intensity in their defeat by Fulham on Sunday. The Dutchman has been telling BBC Radio Newcastle they need to return to the levels they set in the first half of the season. In the Championship tonight, a big game between Middlesbrough, who are still hot on the heels of Coventry at the top of the Championship. They host struggling Leicester with a 7:45 kickoff. Some non-league games of interest as well. South Shields against Worksop Town in the National League North. South Shields could very much do with a win in that one to keep the pressure on Fylde at the top of that division. And in the Northern Premier League East Division, it's Ashington against Emley. Did you watch the cricket earlier? England are through to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup after beating Pakistan by 2 wickets. Captain Harry Brook hit a century in their chase of 164 runs. Got a little bit nervy at the end when they lost a couple of wickets, but they saw it over the line. We have a couple of North East players going up against each other in round 1 of snooker's Welsh Open. Elliot Slessor up against Sam Craigie, and it's first blood to Slessor. He's won the first frame there. It was easy enough for Gary Wilson from Wallsend earlier. He beat Iran's Amir Sarkosh by 4 frames to 0. And a bit of darts news for you as well. Bedlington's Chris Dobie lost 8-2 against Ross Smith in the final today of the Players' Championship. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on Total Sport this evening. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, is about to head off into the night, try and sort out his dodgy lock on his door to avoid a repeat tomorrow of tonight's drama when he almost didn't get on air. Aren't you?
That would have been a good excuse. Would you believe me?
Well,
I think I'll try that tomorrow night.
It's probably an excuse you can only use once, I would say. Listen, one more message for you before you go. I want you to cheer up. I want you to cheer up Philip, because his message talking about season ticket renewals, to say the Fulham performance and the recruitment in January has put my renewal in doubt, says Philip. Come on, Philip. Tell him, Marco. Tell him.
Yeah, you've got to put it in perspective. We've signed a lot of players have really, think of Roofs, think of Xhaka, think of Enzo Lefebvre, that investment that we made in him at the start of the season. There's been a number of, exciting players this year, and the performances have made the supporters proud. There's been a lot of people coming on talking about how proud they are of the performances this year and how well we've done. So that can't just be forgotten about after 3 or 4 bad results. So let's stick together. I think there's been lots of drama. You're always going to go through a season without losing at home is virtually, it doesn't very often happen. So let's, just put it in perspective and keep the faith, as they always say.
Well, I would like to know whether Philip has had a season ticket through the last, say, 8 seasons. Because if he has, and he decides now is not the time to renew, that would seem a little bit odd to me.
Yeah, and look,
indeed,
I'm fairly confident there will be further investment this summer. I think that there will be.
Yes.
With the encouraging signs of recovery that the club have made in the last 3 or 4 years, there will surely be more investment this summer.
Thank you very much indeed, Marco. We will talk to you again on the show tomorrow night.
Yes. Enjoy your evening. Speak to you tomorrow.
Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker. Let's do a couple more of your Newcastle messages. I'll then hand over to Razor to take you up to kick-off as both sets of players now go about their warm-up routines. And the ground is filling up nicely. We'll see if there are any empty spaces tonight. We were talking about the ticket prices earlier. This message says, a correction to the caller Daryl and Ando's comments on prices, because UEFA do not set ticket prices. The only thing they ask is deposit. Category 3 tickets for away fans are the same price as Category 3 tickets for home fans. Newcastle have set the £70 price, just as Liverpool in the past have set prices at £50. London clubs at more than £70, and PSG have set prices at more than £150. So the club has a bit of leeway there.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I think that the club probably got it wrong. You know, if it had been 1-1 or 2-1, yeah, but 6-1 for basically a non-event, you know, and then to think that we've got 3 more home games to come after that. We've got Everton at the weekend, and we've got Manchester United. So yeah, it is what it is. That's the price that's set, and that's what people have got to pay if they want to come to the game.
The half-time boys have been on. Is that a relative of Tamuri Ketsbaya running the line? I don't know if they've seen footage of the officials. Is there a Tamuri lookalike who's going to be part of the officiating team tonight?
They're on the far side. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Oh, you've spotted
it could
him,
be. Yeah.
Yeah. Famous Georgian, played for Newcastle. Most famous.
I hope he doesn't go and kick the.
Yeah, for kicking the advertising hoardings. Yeah. I would suspect. Well, there is a resemblance. I mean, obviously, the lack of hair is the most striking aspect of that, but thank you for the observation, half-time boys. And Mark has sent a message as well. Mark says, I don't think there's any reason, Ando, to play Tonali and Trippier tonight. Trippier at 35 is playing way too much football, and Tonali looked tired by the end of the City game. And of course we do have a much bigger game on Saturday, says Mark, so he's a little bit concerned by tonight's team selection.
It comes down to those that are available, isn't it? You know, he could have played Joe Willock, I suppose, instead of Tonali. I don't think it really makes a great deal of difference who plays in there, to be quite honest.
They'll be able to play at a. I mean, they won't have to go hell for leather, basically.
No. I mean,
they just want to control the game. They kick the ball.
It's about. You know, there's no way in the world we need to play at the tempo that we played against Manchester City at the weekend.
No.
You know, we don't need to go and get in their faces. If anything, we can sit, let them have the ball and just break on them. Conserve energy, look forward to the weekend, hopefully score a couple of goals early on, and that really kills the tie off.
Thank you for all the messages that you have sent in. As I mentioned, do keep them coming in throughout the course of the evening. I'll be able to put some of them to Ando at half time if you have any thoughts on the first half, and we'll also have some discussion afterwards, not just necessarily about the game, but also looking ahead to what might lie ahead in Newcastle's Champions League campaign. Yes, I know I'm assuming that they get through, but I think it is a fairly safe assumption with the 5-goal advantage they have ahead of tonight's game. Kickoff is less than 20 minutes away now. Ando and Razor will take you up to kick-off next.
Everyone has their dramas. Sure, a house with that many women, how could we avoid it? On BBC iPlayer.
I already have a troublemaker, a drama queen, an unreliable and a people pleaser. I haven't had a break since the 80s.
Based on the best-selling books by Marion Keys.
You're so wise. What is that?
From watching you all mess everything up all the time.
The Walsh Sisters.
All physically healthy and emotionally unstable.
Welcome to the family!
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport North East.
The Champions League, live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
It's always our pleasure to bring you live Champions League action here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and we're doing it again from St James's Park in the knockout phase playoff round. Bit of a mouthful, but there's a playoff round for qualification at the start that Qarabağ, Newcastle's opponents tonight, were actually in. They had to come through 3 qualifiers to get into the competition proper, and they, like Newcastle United, in the knockout round in the main competition for the very first time. But only one of them can go through, and it's surely going to be Newcastle United. Just nothing daft, nothing silly, and they will continue their European adventure into next month at the very least, with Chelsea or Barcelona awaiting in the draw, which is made on Friday morning. just got to get a job done, Ando, in a professional manner, with a team that is absolutely strong enough to win on the night as well, isn't it? You know, there are 7 changes, but it's not a weak team.
That's a strong enough side to go and play in a Premier League game.
Yeah.
You know, he's gone strong. Delighted for young Alex Murphy. You know, he's been around the first team a long time. He's had to sit and wait. He's been on the bench. I'm sure there's been games, especially that Leeds game when Fabian Schär picked up that injury. He thought his time was going to come, but it didn't. Young Miley went to centre back, and he had to sit. And, he's probably, and I probably think there's been times where he sat there and think, is it ever going to happen for me here? Am I ever going to get my opportunity? He's got his opportunity tonight. Wish him good luck. Hope it goes well for him. Could have been an awful lot sterner task for him as well.
Yes.
You know, let's be perfectly honest. But yeah, good luck to him. Hope it goes well. Asul is another one. You know, opportunities. Big opportunity tonight. Play through the middle. Hopefully score a couple of goals tonight. But look, it's a strong team. You know, Trippier, Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Barnes, Jacob Murphy, Voltemade, Dan Burn, all regular Premier League starters. Yeah. You know, so it's a very strong starting 11.
Let's recap the Newcastle team. Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Botman, Burn, Alex Murphy. 7th appearance, first start in a competitive game, but he's started plenty of friendly matches, both at centre back, which is or was his position. Yeah. He's playing at left back tonight, and in midfield, Joe Linton, Tonali, Voltemade, Jacob Murphy, Barnes and Osula. No Jacob Ramsey in the squad. We think he's picked up a knock, but we're waiting for.
I think I just said to Friday earlier on, you know, Razor, I think if Ramsey had been fit, I don't think Joe Linton would have played.
Yeah.
I might be wrong in that. I thought Ramsey did well again at the Etihad at the weekend. I like the way that he plays. He's always on the half turn. You know, he's never got his back to play. When he's receiving the ball, he's always on the half turn. He sees the whole picture. You know, yeah. If it is a knock, you just hope that it's nothing too serious, because he's played his way into this starting 11, hasn't he?
Newcastle's bench: Pope, Ruddy, Harris, Hall, Wisser, Gordon, Ilanga, Willock, Shahar and Neve. There will be plenty supporters, John Anderson, who would have wanted Sean Neve to start. It was great to see him come on for his debut as a late substitute. Almost had a chance to score as well, but the cross was just got behind him, didn't it?
Yeah.
He's waited a long time. Even though he's a young player, he's been on the bench regularly for more than a year. We may see him at some point tonight. Leo Shahar, I think, is slightly different. They're two of the most promising youngsters in Newcastle's academy. Shahar they signed from Wolves a couple of years ago. Neve is a Geordie, a North East lad. But probably Shahar's around the squad at this moment because of necessity, and you could say that applies to Neve as well, but they're gaining valuable experience, and there may be something for them tonight as well.
Yeah, I think if it's going well, I think, you know, we'll see Neve, whether it's at half time or 15 minutes into the second half. Shahar, again, if it's going well, I would throw the boy on. You know, I would take Trippier off at half time and say, there you are, go and let's see what you're made of, let's see what it's all about. But, you know, they've been around the first team quite a while now for young boys. As you say, Neve came on in the first. Really unlucky, because it just got a nick off the defender that took the ball behind him, or he would have been set up for a debut goal as well. Look, I thought he did well in that 10 minutes. You know, look, you can never judge players on 10 minutes. Never ever judge players on 10 minutes. You can't judge players on one game either.
No.
You know, it's when you've seen them play 15, 20 games, you then judge players and you say whether they're going to be able to cut the mustard or whatnot, but not after 15 minutes, definitely not after one game. You need to see a string of games out of it.
You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle, and at 8 o'clock it's Champions League commentary. Newcastle 6-1 up after last week's first leg in Baku, the Azerbaijani capital. And tonight they host Qarabağ, who have been champions of their league in 11 of the last 12 seasons. The dominant force in football in Azerbaijan. It's their second full Champions League campaign, but European regulars, they've had 12 seasons in a row in one of the European competitions in a league phase or a group phase. Obviously they did well to get through, didn't they, Ando, into this stage, but they won 3 games. They beat Benfica, Copenhagen and Frankfurt, draw with Chelsea, so it was 10 points, which had them a point above the teams that just scraped through. Last week, though, the way Newcastle started must have been a big shock to them.
Yeah, I don't think they could handle the pace and the physicality at which we started at. You know, they looked like rabbits in the headlights for it all of that first half. You know, they never had a shot on target. Never had a shot first half. Never mind a shot on target. They looked frozen. You know, they couldn't believe what was happening to them. 5 up at half time. Game was over. Tie was virtually over as well. I don't think we'll be like that tonight. I think we'll be more sedate. You know, it's all about just seeing this game through, preserving energy as well. You know, big game at the weekend against Everton. I'm sure he said, look, yes, we'll do a professional job, but we'll do it in a professional manner as well. Preserve energy. Let's not do anything silly. Hopefully don't pick up any injuries.
Wonder what price 0-0 is tonight with your bookmaker.
I will find out for you. You can.
Hopefully he'll give you some tasty odds. You just never know, do you? I mean, 5 goals for Newcastle in the first half last week, and then the second half finished 1-1 with Qarabağ pulling one back and Jacob Murphy then going on to extend Newcastle's lead, though they had further chances, didn't they? United in that second half, on top of the many that they couldn't convert in the first period. Let's hear from Eddie Howe now on BBC Radio Newcastle, because despite the scoreline from last week, he's taking nothing for granted.
I was really impressed with Qarabağ, having watched them a lot in the build-up to the game. I really liked the centre forward Duran. I thought he has been a real threat for them, running in behind with his pace, got a real eye for goal. Jankovic in midfield, I think, is a really good footballer. So I think they've got some really good players. I think the first game was about us being at our best. I think we made it difficult for them, but we haven't underestimated them in the build-up to this game, and we've prepared really strongly because we know they're a really good team.
25-1 for 0-0. You've just told me, long odds.
I'd wanted an awful lot bigger than that. I'd said it. I don't see this finishing 0-0. I don't. Not on the evidence of what we've seen last week. I would be very, very surprised if it finishes 0-0.
Qarabağ, let's have a look at their starting lineup. Mateusz Kochalski, the goalkeeper, who had personally, despite conceding 6 goals, he's been called up by Poland this season. The keeper, he plays again. I mean, they got past him. He gave away the penalty, didn't he, or one of them, but made some impressive saves. He continues for Qarabağ in between the posts tonight. They've actually made 2 changes to their starting 11 from last week's game. One of them is in the centre of defence, where Badavi Husseinov comes in, and either side of him Mateus Silva and Kevin Medina. Across midfield, it's a 3-4-3 for Qarabağ. Danny Bolt, he's the other player that comes back into the starting 11. He's on the right. Elvin Jafaguliev, their goal scorer last Wednesday, on the left. Pedro Bicalio and Marko Jankovic in the middle of midfield, with Abdella Zubir playing as the left-sided forward player. Johnny Montiel and Camilo Duran up top. And the bench for Qarabağ, Amin Ramazanov, Fabian Buntic, 2 goalkeepers, Emmanuel Adai, Leandro Andrade, Kadi, Oleksi Kaschuk, Musa Gurbanli, Toral Bayramov, Abbas Husseinov, and Hikmat Jabre. I'll do that one again. Jabre Yilzadeh. There we are.
Well, almost got
there. And the last one.
Fair play to you.
I'm not sure whether he's going to come on, but I'll practice at half time. Not players that are unknown, aren't they, relatively, to fans of English football. Obviously, if you watch the Champions League, you'll be quite aware of the Qarabağ team. Was there anybody that stood out for you? Anyone that impressed you? I suppose the obvious one is the goalkeeper from last week.
Yeah, goalkeeper seen more of the ball than probably anybody. He made saves. I suppose when you're as busy as what he was, especially in that first half, you're going to make saves. He was probably the man of the match, there's no doubt about it. He made big saves, kept them in it. Could have been an awful lot more if it wasn't for him. Thought the right back struggled big style. He was defensively, they were all over the place. So they didn't really have an outfield player who you thought was really at it. They were a little bit better second half, but I think that was more down to the fact that we took our foot off the gas a little bit. I think they've got their hands full again here tonight, to be quite honest.
Well, assuming there's no shock and Newcastle press home their advantage, maybe even
a shock.
What?
Are you expecting a shock?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, you never know. If Qarabağ score early, and
do you want to have a bet?
I don't want to have a bet, but I cannot say to you with any certainty what the outcome will be. But if you ask me for a prediction, I think Newcastle could do what they did last week and win by five goals again.
I'll give you a decent price.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a shock, but just in case, we can't discount it because you never know what's going to happen. But if it all goes well, then it's a 2-legged tie against either Chelsea or Barcelona next month, and that's when the Champions League in the knockout phase starts getting tougher. But just getting to that next stage, the last 16 has been one of Eddie Howe's main objectives.
It's something that we spoke about before the competition started. That was our sort of initial target. We wanted to try and reach this stage as in the last 16. And I think then when you're at that point in the competition, I think anything can happen. And we back ourselves sort of in cup ties, one-off games. I think that seems to have brought out the best of the squad this year. So we seem to be able to raise our game when we need it, and certainly this competition is going to bring out that side of it the further we go into it. But I think just breaking it down purely, as much as that's the target, we've still got to try and win, and that's what we're focused on.
Eddie Howe has been under a bit of pressure. He's had some criticism. Tonight, his face is on a giant surfer banner at the Leazes end being passed along the stand to our left-hand side. He's brought Newcastle further in the Champions League than even the great Sir Bobby Robson. Although technicality, I suppose, because they did get out of the group stage in the old format so famously and dramatically in 2002, 2003. But it's Eddie Howe's 16th Champions League match tonight as manager. That takes him level with Sir Bobby for the number of games managed, and he is in that company, isn't he?
Yeah, look, it's been a great 4 years for him, there's no doubt about it. What he's done at the football club, what he's achieved at the football club, I don't think anybody could have bettered, and you can take any manager you want and name any manager you want. I don't think they could have bettered the job that Eddie Howe has done up to now.
His players make their way onto the pitch on a night where Newcastle United reach a club milestone. Not only are they in the knockout phase of the Champions League for the first time, this is the club's 150th match in European competition, and how fitting that it's another Champions League night under the lights at St James's Park. Just hearing that music really gives it the sense of occasion, doesn't it? Even though it may well be a dead rubber, it's another Champions League encounter for Newcastle United, and players from both teams shake hands, high five, and greet the team of officials. Tonight they are mostly Italian. Davide Massa is the referee. He was refereeing on the final day in the league phase, the match between Benfica and Real Madrid, which had the dramatic late goal from the goalkeeper. Trubin. He sent off a couple of Real players as well. His assistants tonight: Filippo Meli, Stefano Alassio, Luca Pairetto is the fourth official, Daniele Schiffe, VAR. Assistant VAR is someone that Newcastle have encountered before. His name is Christian Dingert, and they came across him last month when they were up against Paris Saint-Germain, because he was the VAR that ruled on that controversial penalty, the handball by Lewis Miley, and also the one Newcastle didn't get. He's the assistant VAR. Dingert. Schiffe is the VAR. Kieran Trippier, the captain for United. Both teams exchange gifts. And now Newcastle jog back into the middle. Black and white stripes, white shorts and socks. Ramsdale in pink goalkeeping kit, and Qarabağ in blue, with the goalkeeper wearing, trying to work out whether that's red or orange. It's bright, whatever it is. The officials in luminous yellow, black shorts and yellow socks. Newcastle, Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Botman, Byrne, Alex Murphy's full debut, he plays at left back, Joelinton, Tonali, Voltemada, Jacob Murphy, Barnes and Osula. 7 changes tonight. Bench of Pope, Ruddy, Harris, Hall, Wisser, Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Shahar and Neve, and Qarabağ, Kochalski in goal, Mateus Silva, Husseinov, Medina at the back, Bolt, Bicalio, Jankovic, Jafar Guliev across midfield, Montiel, Zubir and Duran. 6-1 up on aggregate, and tonight the opportunity to confirm their place in the last 16 of the Champions League for the very first time. We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app and the Newcastle United website and app. Qarabağ play it out to this near side where Alex Murphy makes a challenge, wins it back, now has the ball on the floor near halfway, plays it inside to Dan Byrne. United shooting up to the left, up the hill towards the Leazes end, first half. Kieran Trippier with the ball at his feet, and the luminous yellow captain's armband on his left arm, clips one in behind. Jacob Murphy makes the run. Jacob Murphy gets there into the area, tried to cross, it was blocked. Qarabağ clear, Trippier cuts it out, he plays it up the line to Murphy, but the ball's gone out, and so Newcastle see that attack come to an end. Early test for Murphy, went into an aerial challenge, then had to slide
just
in to
got
win the
under
ball
it a little bit, didn't he? Recovered well, good sliding tackle. Well, it did him the world of good.
A clearance from the back from Kevin Medina for Qarabağ. Alex Murphy has got the ball again inside to Dan Byrne.
Don't want to see him keep being safe all the time, though. I'd like to see him take a risk on it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think probably more of the fact that he's central defender.
Yeah.
He could be involved in this attack. Botman switched it to Barnes. Here's Tonali, 25 yards out. Now Alex Murphy could stick it in. Comes back to Tonali. Voltemada is in midfield again. Whips it across to the far side. Newcastle moving Qarabağ left and right. Back inside to Voltemada from Trippier. And he tries to play in Murphy. It's got there in the corner, and it's put out of play for a Newcastle throw. 3rd minute of the match. Bond's gone front post. Botman's on his way in.
Yeah, hasn't started with that blistering pace that we've seen last week. As a little bit more sedate,
just
as you would expect. Yeah.
Trippier to Joelinton, who comes short. Murphy's in the centre. He gets it and then goes to his right to play a pass to Tonali. Up the line, looking for Trippier, headed away, straight to Trippier though. Joelinton in possession. Up the line for Trippier. Osula in the middle, his first Champions League start. Dan Burn, 35 yards out. Murphy on the inside, those two switch positions. Murphy forward to Tonali, back to Botman on halfway. Well, they want more goals, don't they? There are records to be achieved and broken tonight. Murphy's got a pass up the line to Barnes, who was taken down by Danny Bolt, and a free kick 35 yards out on the near side for Newcastle United.
Young Murphy's had plenty of touches on the ball in the opening 4 minutes, hasn't he?
He's got 100% pass accuracy, but you made the point. It could just be a confidence thing, feeling his way in.
Yeah, just play his way in, but he's had plenty of the ball.
Tonali rolls the free kick inside to Trippier and gets it straight back. Tonali, they're standing off him on his way to the edge of the area. All goes between challenges. Sandro Tonali, Voltemada, Dan Burn with a shot blocked. It's come to Barnes. He tries to curl it and a header straight at the keeper. The follow-up is in from Tonali. Well, a few of them had a go there, but Sandro Tonali has his first Champions League goal for Newcastle United. Following up after a couple of efforts were beaten out by the goalkeeper, and Tonali, who started all of that with a free kick and then a run into the penalty area, finishes at the Leazes end, and they have another early goal against Qarabağ. It was 3 minutes in Baku. This one's come in the 5th. It's Newcastle United 1, Qarabağ 0, and on aggregate they lead by 7 goals to 1.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't over beforehand, it's most definitely over now.
Is there a possibility of offside? No. Osula had an attempt, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then
keeper just pushes it back into an area, doesn't he?
Well, another goal has arrived, and it's going to be really hard night for Qarabağ. You think Barnes is in, back post, Joelinton! Whoa, they're doing it again. They are really turning on the style in the Champions League, and Qarabağ blown away in Baku by that blistering start, are facing exactly that approach from Newcastle United at St James's Park. No sooner had they made it 1-0, they've doubled the lead, and the cross to the far post was thumped in by Joelinton. And on the night, Newcastle United lead Qarabağ by 2 goals to 0, and it's 8-1 on aggregate, and we really could be on for a Champions League record score.
Could be anything, couldn't it? They lose it in midfield, and nobody picks Joelinton up. I mean, he's in there all on his own. Back post, 2 centre backs go walkabout, ball stuck up, good volley. But this could be absolutely anything.
Anthony Gordon will be sitting on the bench. He'll be furious. He'll be desperate to get on. Qarabağ, long ball up the far side. Murphy makes a challenge, wins a throw after a Trippier header. Just want to mention tonight, Joelinton and Dan Burn, one more booking and they'll miss the next match. They'll serve a suspension. That's why Malik Chow's not playing tonight, because of his yellow card in Baku. It's 3 bookings up to the completion of the quarter-finals, and then you serve a 1-match ban, and then the record is wiped. 2-0. Botman could have switched the play. He's gone wide right to Trippier up the line, That's one of the softest free kicks you'll see. Murphy brushed his hand against Kevin Medina, and I don't want to say the referee took pity on him, but he blew the whistle for a free kick. The camera cuts to Anthony Gordon.
I wouldn't imagine he was too pleased to not be named in that starting 11. I don't think I would either if you're chasing the record, because he would have seen the opportunity of scoring more goals tonight.
Well, if he comes,
and then you're 2 up inside 5 minutes.
If he comes on, I'm sure he will score. But Eddie Howe's got to think of the long-term Newcastle United situation, hasn't he? If something was to happen to Gordon tonight, and you played him in a tie that's already won, because you're trying to help him personally achieve a record, and then you're without someone who's played a really important part out of position at centre forward recently, then that's not good. Here's Ramsdale looking long for Alex Murphy. It's out from Danny Bolt, the Brazilian. A few players from South America, Qarabağ, including a couple of Colombians, Camilo Duran, who's up front, and Kevin Medina, the defender. Newcastle United leading by 2 goals to nil. Here's Voltemade deep in central midfield. You can listen to us on the BBC Sounds app tonight as well, or if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle and enjoy the match that way. Back to goalkeeper Kuchelski, rolled into midfield. Not necessarily the best touch, but a good recovery by Pedro Bacalhau, another one of their Brazilian boys. Byrne wins it on halfway. Tonali to Joe Linton across halfway. Now Botman.
Too easy, isn't it?
Qarabağ didn't train here last night. Normally the away team would have a session on the pitch at St James's the night before. Don't know if that was anything to do with the state of play in the tie. Maybe just down to their travel arrangements. Here's Tonali on the outside. Rolls one up the line. Low cross. Just gone behind for a corner. And Kevin Medina got a toe on that, diverting Jacob Murphy's ball in behind. Tonali in the 5th minute. Joe Linton scoring in the 6th minute. (12-1) is the record aggregate Champions League proper
could
score.
Be a big danger.
Bayern Munich against Sporting Lisbon. That's what they're chasing. Newcastle's record 10-2 against Royal Antwerp in the UEFA Cup 94-95. Corner on the right. Can they get a third? Roll towards Barnes by Trippier. He just underhit it. Now Murphy chasing the ball towards halfway. Ramsdale's come into the into the centre circle rather, to take it down, and then they found Voltemade, who's having a look, slips it through towards Osula. It's blocked. Voltemade makes a challenge edge of the area, and Bolt runs away from the penalty box, plays a useful ball across midfield, and Qarabağ here through Marko Jankovic and now Mateus Silva. And they've got a bit of possession. Medina. That's not a bad ball. Up the line. Nobody in the box though. They are 20 yards out. Left wing. Far side. The only club from Azerbaijan to feature in the main Champions League competition. They've been knocked out in the group in 2017-18. Here's Alex Murphy. Good interception. Wins a throw on halfway. That season they played Chelsea, Roma and Atletico Madrid. Tough group for them. Some of their other opponents this time include Liverpool, Ajax, Napoli, Athletic Bilbao. They are the teams that beat them in the league phase. Newcastle 2-0 up on the night, 8-1 on aggregate. Yes, 8-1. Murphy to Voltemada, and now Trippier and the other Murphy, Jacob on the right wing. Trippier goes up the line, overlapping run, that's where the ball goes. Joelinton now inside to Tonali, and in behind for Murphy to try to cross, but Medina's made the challenge, and Murphy adjudged to have fouled him, though he thinks it should have been a corner.
He's just nudged him in the back, hasn't he? Again.
Well, 13 minutes on the clock, and Newcastle's 150th match in Europe is going well. 7 changes tonight.
You sound like you're surprised, man.
I'm not surprised. Listen, but that's the thing. Like, it was always very unlikely, but you just never know. Like, you just never.
There's certain things, and the certain side you do know.
We can only tell you what's happening and what has happened. We can't tell you what will happen in the future, but we can suggest that there might be some more goals tonight.
I would think so, yeah.
But we can't say that it will definitely happen. Dan Burn back to Aaron Ramsdale, 15th United appearance for him. All competitions. Tonali got his 3rd goal in all competitions with that early strike tonight. Alex Murphy in space, wide left. Barnes has moved into the centre. Tonali takes it nicely. Joelinton with a flick to Murphy. Osula running in behind. Barnes back post. They look for Barnes. It's hit the defender. Osula's got a chance, and it's cleared from 6 yards out. It's come over to the near touchline, and it'll be a throw 35 yards or so from goal.
Yeah, it came at him quick, didn't it? Not the greatest defending, is it? Just bounces off the boy's chest, ricochets into the pad of Osula.
VAR check. Referee's saying wait. No, check over. You know the supercomputer, as the ball goes back to halfway, Opta, the data and statistics company, the supercomputer predicted Newcastle 100% chance of going through, and it looks like it's going to be right. Here's Barnes into the area, still going. Barnes takes a tumble and gets told to get up. The clearance.
They took a chance with that prediction, didn't they?
They give Newcastle a 4%.
Pridey would love that prediction.
A 4% chance of winning the competition from this point.
Supercomputer. 100% that Newcastle would go through. It's a brave shout, isn't it? He's nodding his head here beside us.
Jacob Murphy just behind halfway, a layoff to Kieran Trippier. It's mostly a sold out St James's Park again. There's 2 empty blocks, but they are in the away section. There's a couple of hundred, I think, Azerbaijani supporters here with Qarabağ, and good on them for making the trip. Perhaps some of them are based in England or Western Europe. With the tie the way it is, still a big night though for them. Here's Joelinton. Strong run, brilliant run. Joelinton's cross passed down by the keeper and gathered at the second attempt.
Just so easy, isn't it? You know, people running alongside him, but nobody in a blue shirt prepared to make a tackle, to make a challenge. They run alongside him.
Botman header. Tonali finds himself at right back. Moves into space in the middle, and now Dan Burn. Murphy's making a decent run. Voltemada has it, comes across midfield and chips it to Trippier, but his pass inside is intercepted, and Qarabağ go back to goalkeeper Kochalski. They can't get clear. It's gone out for a throw. 8-1 on aggregate now. They scored in Baku in the 3rd minute and in the 8th minute, and then the next goal arrived on 32. So tonight, 5th minute and 6th minute. Wonder if the rest of the first half will follow that pattern. With more goals coming later on. Qarabağ over halfway on the right wing. Johnny Montiel up to the edge of the box in a slip, and it's rolled through to Ramsdale. It was Camilo Duran, centre forward, who took a tumble. Barnes comes over the halfway line. He is behind Anthony Gordon, Harvey Barnes, both in general terms Newcastle leading scorer, but also in the Champions League. Barnes has 5 though, to Gordon's 10 in Europe. He'll be desperate for another. He should have had a couple, shouldn't he, in the first leg, Harvey Barnes. Joe Linton on to Voltemada, heavy touch and put out of play into the east stand, far side. Next to the digital advertising boards, which keep changing to reveal a new Champions League sponsor. Kieran Trippier takes a throw. Byrne up to Barnes. Voltemada back to Byrne. First time. Tonali inside to Byrne. And now it's Botman. Walks to the front of the centre circle. Angles the pass to the right to Joe Linton. Back to Trippier. And Murphy now. Trippier again. Ahead of halfway, inside to Tonali, he's got a man on. Trippier gets it back, return pass, Botman to Byrne, and the big man goes short to Barnes, drops his shoulder, slips away. He's got Murphy on the outside. Tonali gets it instead in the middle. Botman's pass, looking for Murphy.
Good
Jacob
ball,
Murphy
wasn't it?
on the right wing, slid out. It was between players.
Yeah,
almost
good ball in behind.
20th minute throw on the right wing. They've gone back towards halfway, and then now Byrne to the feet of Harvey Barnes, who's got 2 to take on. Sends over a cross which is headed up, and it clears the penalty area. Byrne then wins the second header. Trippier with a challenge. Byrne got to be careful not to foul, and Qarabağ come up to midfield with it, and Montiel plays it to Bacalio, and having a bit of possession. Gurbanov's team, who we talked about last week because he's been in the job for almost 18 years with Qarabağ, former Azerbaijani international, footballer himself. Watching from the edge of the technical area as the goalkeeper got himself into trouble. Osula tackled him, but the ball went harmlessly behind in the end. But for all the praise he got for his shot stopping last week, he almost had a horror moment there.
Yeah, just put your foot through it. I mean, he's looking to play it out from the back. They did that last week and they got themselves into all sorts of bother. Just put your foot through it, just clear your lines. You can regroup then.
2-0 tonight, 8-1 on aggregate here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Dan Byrne wins a header from the goal kick. Qarabağ send it forwards again. Murphy trying to hold his man and makes a challenge. Out it goes for a throw. Johnny Montiel. It's centre forward. Well, one of their 3 forward players. He's operating from the right-hand side, the Spaniard. Wikipedia says he's 5'8".
Who?
Montiel. I think they've...
Don't think they've got that right.
I think they may have added a few inches on. He's tiny, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's about 5'4".
Yeah. Especially when he stands beside Dan Bourne.
Anyone can edit Wikipedia. Maybe he did it himself too.
Oh, great little turn, wasn't it? He was unlucky, Barnes.
Put out for a throw by...
Sucked the defender in.
Danny Bond.
Defender's lucky, just got a toe poke on it.
Byrne has got it, and big switch, Trippier up the line. Murphy, great first touch, brought it down beautifully. Byrne to the feet of Voltemada, lovely take, and the pass intercepted unfortunately. He did well though initially, Nick Voltemada. Qarabağ have got a throw. 2 early goals, and we're midway through the first half now. What has the game, tonight's game specifically, become? Has it started to drift a little bit? Yeah.
Look, it was all about quick start, getting in front. 2 goals in a minute. You know, people who thought that the game wasn't over at 6-1, it's most definitely over at 8-1. It's all about managing the game now, conserving energy, not doing anything silly, and just seeing it out. I mean, he could make changes now, couldn't he, if he wanted it? You know, it's not going to affect the the result. There's no way in the world that Qarabağ are getting back into this.
Byrne looking for Barnes again. Pass was a little bit underhit. It's out for a throw. Tonali just behind halfway. Eddie Howe with Jason Tyndall both watching in the technical area. I mean, the intent was there from the off, wasn't it, to score more goals, and they've got 2 already. Let's see whether they can.
Yeah, Qarabağ haven't learned anything from last week.
Joelinton, Murphy, cross blocked, gone for a throw.
You would have thought they'd learned from last week that we would start quick, that they needed to be on the game, they needed to get close to people. Yet again tonight they haven't won a tackle. You know, they're getting brushed aside all over the place.
Joelinton comes to get the ball short from Trippier from the throw, and it's played up the line to the Brazilian. Now back down the line to Trippier. Forced away from goal. In fact, to Tonali next to the centre circle. Inside, Barnes has come deep to get it. He's having a think about a long ball into the box. Here's Alex Murphy. Starts to come forwards with it. Finds the feet of Harvey Barnes. 20 yards out, Murphy goes towards the corner, takes a man away, inside to Voltemada. Going to hold off his opponent, Pedro Bicalio. Diagonal ball into the area. Alex Murphy on his chest. Cleared up and out of the box, only just by Qarabağ. It's come down off Dan Byrne. And now they turn and play it across their penalty area. Mateo Silva to Medina. And up the line, Della Zubia. And then the forward run.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Jafar Guliev. Yeah. Voltemada's then lost it in midfield. Byrne stabs it away. They might have a bit of encouragement here. Jankovic. Now edge of the area. Qarabağ. It's played inside by Husseinov. And he gets it back near to halfway, the centre-back. And they've still got it. Some sarcastic cheering from Newcastle fans.
Sarcastic cheering, isn't it?
Qarabağ possession. And in the centre circle, Husseinov looks towards the corner and it's gone out. Murphy takes a quick throw, gets it back into Dan Byrne, and ball is in play for United once more. Osula had a header save just before, but it was the attempt that was pushed out for Tonali to then convert for the opening goal, and they closed down the goalkeeper's clearance or an attempted turn away in the box. But it's a big night for him, isn't it? And you'd think that
it is a big night
to be keen to take his chance at centre forward. May see him wide later on perhaps, but at the minute Osula's through the middle. Ball goes wide to Murphy, on towards Joelinton. The clearance straight at Murphy, then another one to clear it to halfway, and Botman here to Tonali and Trippier, and now they're moving it quickly. Newcastle. Byrne's got it, gets turned, he's just behind halfway. Murphy's available, receives it, gives it back to Byrne. Then Botman, and they've lost possession, Newcastle, and Qarabağ with Zubair into the area. And it's going to be a corner. Oh, no, it's not. It's offside.
Yeah. That's sloppy, though.
Zubair's ball forwards, played in, and offside, Camilo Duran. Yeah, and he was just offside, but correct decision. The goal they scored was originally, last week, was ruled out, wasn't it? And I went to a VAR check, and Elvin Jafar-Guliev was onside. Quite a bit of VAR last week, wasn't there, with Newcastle penalty for handball. That was given after VAR got involved. Tonight they lead 2-0. Tonali and Joe Linton in the space of a couple of minutes early on. We're almost at the half-hour mark. It's 8-1 on aggregate. Husseinov has done well to get away and play the pass up the left wing, and it is the player we were talking about, the goal scorer last week, Jafar Guliev, and now he's found Zubair. Newcastle all within 30 yards of their own goal, as Qarabağ have some possession. They go back to halfway. Newcastle push up, defending the goal at the Gallagher end to the right hand side. Team tonight: Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Joelinton, Tonali, Voltemada, Jacob Murphy, Barnes and Osula. Here's possibly an opening for them. Montiel,
he's not right foot
in the box, wanted it on his left, plays a clever through ball. Ramsdale makes a save low down near post. That might have been creeping in. A sneaky little shot towards the near post area from Jafar Guliev.
Drilled it, didn't he? He's drilling it across goal. Don't think he's going for goal. Ramsdale gets a left foot to it and goes behind. Corner kick.
It's on the left side between East Stand and Gallagher end. Newcastle have had 2/3 of ball possession tonight. Here's a header from the corner, just wide.
Another corner.
They've been given another corner. Maybe Ramsdale got a fingertip on that. Matteo Silva.
It came off somebody's head. He's headed it onto Joe Linton.
Yeah, did head it onto his back. It just crept past the post. Yeah. Ramsdale went across, then pulled his hand away. Second corner for Qarabağ of Azerbaijan. Left-footed, outswinger. Voltemada heads it back out wide. 2-0 and 8-1 on aggregate. Into the box, trying to play a clever move. The return ball is cleared by Trippier. And Osula chasing, and Danny Bolt, very skillfully done, casually done as well. Took it on his chest, lifted it over Osula's head, who was going at 100 miles an hour to close him down. Then Bolt's got the ball stuck under his feet, under pressure from Barnes. He managed to find another blue shirt just. Jacob Murphy then makes a challenge, and Murphy was fouled in the process, and United have a free kick in the Qarabağ half. They've lost all 5 matches they've played in England before tonight. That's going to become 6, isn't it? 9 defeats out of 10 against English teams. The only time they haven't lost was when they drew with Chelsea 2-2 earlier this season in Baku. Joelinton to Byrne. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. As Eddie Howe's men look for more goals, look to set either a club record on aggregate or a Champions League record. Potentially both. Byrne to Barnes. Couldn't hold it up, but he's won it back, Harvey Barnes.
You see the physicality there again. Just nudged the boy out of the way.
Trippier inside to Tonali. Sula and young Murphy are at the back, but the ball doesn't come from right to left. Instead it goes out to the far side, and Trippier, that's a long back pass from about 15 yards over halfway to the edge of his own box to Ramsdale. Now Byrne. It's all quite condensed. Qarabağ with a really high line. Newcastle pushed up to halfway. Tonali comes to get the ball. And they're trying to stop them finding a way through, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't need to go chasing.
Voltemada links up well with Joelinton, then slips and has lost the ball. The first bit was nice before they couldn't keep possession. Here's Jafar Guliev. Medina forwards to Jafar Guliev again. Tried the nutmeg on Joelinton. Newcastle have the ball back. Trippier finding Joelinton, who hammered in the second after Tonali's opener tonight. 34th minute now. And he used the term practice match earlier. And it does have that very low-key feel. It's had that in the build-up. From yesterday at the stadium for the press conference that wasn't particularly well attended, certainly compared to other Champions League matches. Didn't have that sense of it being a big tie in terms of this competition. And since the early goals, things have slowed down, haven't they?
Yeah, it's all about managing it, isn't it? Trying to preserve energy, don't do anything silly.
Botman, Qarabağ standing well off. Can they find a way behind them? Trippier on the touchline. Tonali, back to Trippier. Now Botman. Plays it inside towards Burn. He's lost it.
Oh, what's he doing?
He's gone for it. Johnny Montiel.
Dear, oh dear.
Went for it from about halfway, but Ramsdale was always getting there. And then Murphy's ball up towards Osula. Defenders got there. Osula follows him into the corner, and it's gone out. It's a Newcastle throw. Good running by Osula, and the ball to find him. Barnes takes it, not from the right place, but play on. The misplaced pass inside from Botman gave Qarabağ the opportunity, and Johnny Montiel tried to take the opportunity and score what would have been a great Champions League goal. Botman back to Ramsdale. Voltemada's pushed up into the forward line. Here as Byrne brings it towards the centre circle. And he's coming left and right. And then has to go square to Botman. They've played the ball between each other. It's probably the most played pass of the match so far. Now Barnes with Murphy up ahead. Barnes thinking about running at the defender, comes inside, lays it off for Tonali. Murphy didn't go in behind, receives it at his feet, back to Byrne. He's closed down, so square it goes to Botman. They're in the Qarabağ half here. 2-0 on the night. Voltemada to Joelinton. Voltemada, brilliant flick. Jacob Murphy. Oh, he's missed. Jacob Murphy.
Offside.
Well, he'll be delighted to see the offside flag because he's pulled that one wide when he should have scored, but it was really nicely created by Joelinton and Voltemada.
He's not offside.
Mile onside.
Yeah.
Voltemada dragged it back, flicked it in behind, and Murphy, who scored him back, who should have had his second Champions League goal, but he's pulled it across the face of goal and wide.
Yeah, would have counted.
He was well onside. Still 2-0 to Newcastle United. It's the first chance they've had for a while, maybe about 15 minutes or something. Qarabağ on the near touchline. Voltemada makes a tackle. Out it goes. They haven't taken the throw yet. Eddie Howe is pulling William Osula into position. Other Champions League scores. Atletico Madrid came through in the end, 4-1 tonight, 7-1 on aggregate to beat Club Brugge. Atletico Madrid, our potential opponent for Newcastle later on in the competition. Foul by Barnes as United clear it up this near side of the pitch. Free kick played back to halfway by Qarabağ. Goalless between Bayer Leverkusen and Olympiacos, but Leverkusen are 2-0 up on aggregate. And also goalless Inter Milan and Bodo Glimt, but the Norwegians lead 3-1 after the first game. They had a great result.
Yeah, great result for them
last week.
Score goals then. I always seem to score goals.
I would have liked Newcastle to have played them. I just think it would have been interesting. And if they'd been playing them,
plastic pitch.
Yeah, but if they had Bodo Glimt over 2 legs, it definitely would have been a more interesting and more competitive affair than this. 8-1 on aggregate now with 2 goals tonight. Ramsdale edge of the area to Trippier, back to the keeper. He sends it long to halfway. Osula backing in. Medina has won it. Voltemade tries to make a challenge in midfield. Tonali gets it back, and now Barnes on the outside to Murphy. And Alex Murphy continues up the line. He tried to play it inside to Harvey Barnes. It's out for throw. About 30 yards from the goal. Murphy takes it back to Burn. That lets Qarabağ get set and see if Newcastle can play some more penetrating passes and just break the lines, get in behind. Right wing with Jacob Murphy. Inside to Voltemade, laid off to Joelinton. Then Voltemade again, corner of the penalty area. It's been tripped, but referee lets play go on. They'd probably rather have the set piece. Tonali on the touchline to Murphy, tried to turn, sliding tackle. Produces the ball for Qarabağ. Zubir back to the edge of the area. And then Trippier with a block, Joelinton with the ball. And away they go. Trippier outside of the right boot to Murphy. Gives it back to Trippier, who's in the middle of the park. And Botman to Jacob Murphy, taking on Jafar Guliev. Deflected cross, corner. At this point, last week it was 4-0, 2-0 tonight. Do you think set pieces could be
yeah, they're not the biggest
for the something we've talked about already. Newcastle could get some joy here. Trippier to take, Murphy, Tonali, Alex Murphy outside the box. Trippier into the middle, looking for Botman. Good header and a save, diving save, one-handed towards the top corner from Kachalski to keep that one out. Now a run through the middle. They might have a chance of getting a goal back. Edge of the penalty area.
Oh, good save.
Aaron Ramsdale tipping over. Camilo Duran had the effort. Just made a darting run through the middle. Took it to the edge of the box.
Got caught under his feet. He actually did well.
Left-footed effort. It was central, but it was heading for the top of the net. Ramsdale clawed it over. So from a Newcastle corner at the Leazes end to one for Qarabağ at the Gallagher end. Left-footed from the right, headed across the face of goal.
Nobody coming in back post.
Badavi Husseinov, the centre-back. If there'd been another player in blue to get a touch on the header from Husseinov, then they would have pulled one back tonight. The Botman header looked like it was looping into the far corner, but the goalkeeper got up and they managed to stop it, going 3-0 to Newcastle. 42nd minute. Now Byrne over to Botman. Sven Botman slowly comes towards halfway. Looks for Joelinton, tries to stab it back to
How many times has he given it away tonight, Botman, trying to play through those lines again?
Qarabağ with a run. Trippier and Joelinton stop it. Tonali edge of the area. He gets away, and then he's been tackled. Good vision to stop the run. Here's Jankovic. Goes between challengers. Good sliding tackle from Alex Murphy. Strong one as well in the box. to stop that Qarabağ attack. Now Barnes.
Sula was offside.
He tried to roll it in behind for Sula, but Barnes' pass went through the middle. Sula had come to the left, but he said he was off.
Yeah, he was off.
It was cut out anyway. That good interception and awareness was from Pedro Bicalio when Tonali was starting to drive forwards. Won the ball back for Qarabağ. They've had some moments, haven't they? Could be offside here, but flag has stayed down. Penalty area, far side.
Out of play. He's offside anyway.
The delayed flag. Hang on. Newcastle have taken a free kick. They've got to take another one because it was as if they were taking a goal kick. Murphy will have enjoyed that sliding challenge, wouldn't he, in the box?
He's done all right, hasn't he? He's kept it nice and simple.
And probably those would be his instructions, but I think what we're seeing is a centre-half having to play at left-back.
Yeah, he's done okay.
22 in June, Alex Murphy. They signed him from Galway. And there's been a lot of academy recruitment in recent years. He's had the most experience and most appearances of any young player that's been brought to the club as an academy signing. Osula couldn't hold the ball up, and then Joe Linton wrestles it back but commits a foul on Medina, and after the fast start with a couple of goals, it's petering out, isn't it?
It was always going to, wasn't it, if you got a couple of goals ahead.
Anthony Elanga, Lewis Hall, Anthony Gordon warming up for Newcastle United. Among the players on the bench tonight. They've also got Johan Wissa back after a knock. He has a Champions League goal to his name. I'm sure he'd love to get another. Tonali and Joe Linton the scorers tonight. Here's a free kick for Qarabağ in the 45th minute. Burns header, edge of the box, sent back in and blocked by Byrne on the chest. Takes another touch before lifting it clear, and wooden drop for Barnes in the middle of midfield. Jafar Guliev. Now Zubir. They have it wide left. And some passing around midfield on the far side. Jankovic has got the ball on his left foot. Up the line they go. And there's the half-time whistle.
No added on time.
Blowing up at the end of a half that saw Newcastle United score twice, score early, with Sandro Tonali in the 5th minute and Joe Linton on 6 minutes. And then that's been it in terms of goals. Perhaps they could have had a couple more, but Qarabağ have had a couple of interesting breaks. Aaron Ramsdale he's made 2 saves that have been important, but 2 goals added, Ando, to the aggregate score, which is now 8-1, 2-0 at half-time, and very comfortable. Kicking down the hill in the second half, perhaps with some changes. Maybe they can add a few more.
Yeah, those quick goals really killed it off. I mean, look, let's be perfectly honest about it. People said, "Oh, you never know, you never know." But this game was never in doubt. You know, there was no way in the world Qarabağ were getting back into it. Those 2 goals inside a minute really killed it off. It's all about game management now, looking after yourself, preparing for the weekend, conserving energy. It's gone into friendly mode. You know, you have it, we'll have it. Qarabağ have had a bit of the ball. Again, we speak about this with Champions League sides. No real physicality about them. You know, they're getting pushed and shoved. They're not winning the tackles. It's just seeing it out, really. You know, yes, you can chase records and one thing and another, but played an awful lot of games. You've got to preserve energy, and there's a big game coming up the weekend.
Let us know what you made of the first half. You can text us 81333. Remember to start your message with BBC. If you want to WhatsApp us, put BBC at the front of your message as well. And the number is 08000 321 333. Second half commentary on the way from St James's Park. Half time on the night, Newcastle lead 2-0, and it's 8-1 on aggregate.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Tom's using up all his holiday days because he's got so much left. He's got to use it or lose it. I texted him. I said, "Enjoying your day," and you sent me a video of your car saying, "I'm in the garage."
I was just sort of having a look, and I was like, that tyre needs replaced right now.
It was a bald tyre.
It's bald, yeah. It was like the back of your head.
Good. Right, well, I'm glad to. I hope they charged you a fortune for that. Is something going on? Where is your car? Is your car in the car park?
Yeah, it is.
Right, I'm just going to some nails and take that.
Make it flat, just like your crack in the mornings.
Right, that's enough. Matt Bailey at breakfast. Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride alongside John Anderson at St James's Park. Second half to come. All very, very comfortable indeed for Newcastle United, who lead 2-0 on the night, 8-1 on aggregate against Qarabağ, and their destination is undoubtedly the last 16 of the Champions League. There isn't a great deal for me to talk to you about, Anders, so I'll let you go and get your cup of tea in a minute. I mean, is there anything you want to say?
Not really.
I mean, after the first 2 goals went in very early, we did think we might have a repeat of last week after that, though it's just calmed down. And it has been like a training game.
It has, yeah. The instruction you would imagine was go out, see if you can score a couple early, and then look after it. You know, look after yourselves, do nothing silly. Just look after the ball. Be mindful that we've got a big Premier League game on Saturday afternoon. Try and preserve as much energy as you can. Let the ball do the work, and that's exactly the way it is. And as you say, it's turned into more or less like a friendly pre-season game, to be quite honest.
Do you think he might make any changes at half-time
so,
and
yeah,
just kind of manage the second half by giving Neve giving a full half?
Opportunity.
Why not?
And even Shahar, you know, I think
there's no danger, so why not?
No danger whatsoever. So, you know, the only way you're going to find out about these boys is by putting them on. You know, he could make changes. He could take Tonali off, put Willock on, you know, rest legs.
He might want to give Wissa a run out as well, mightn't he?
Yeah, you would think that will happen. Wissa, you would think, would come on, but look at...
Get Big John Ruddy on in goal.
Why not? Yeah, we spoke about that beforehand, didn't we? He could well get a game, but look, it's been very, very comfortable.
It has. A little bit sloppy at times, just to let Qarabağ have a couple of opportunities, mainly of their own making. It's easy for that to happen, isn't it, in a game like this?
You get sloppy, you get lax when the game's the way it is. But it's just so comfortable, you know. It's those 2 early goals really killed it off.
Ando, I've run out of things to ask you. Go on, off you go.
Thank you.
Not a great deal to talk about, but it's all, as I say, very comfortable for Newcastle, who lead by 2-0 at half-time. It'll all be about conserving energy and maybe giving some players a run out in the second half. You would imagine you won't miss a kick, and we'll have some reaction after the match tonight as well. We'll stay on air, as we always do, for these 8 o'clock kickoffs until 10:30 tonight. Elsewhere in the Champions League knockout round playoffs, Atletico Madrid in the early kickoff have already beaten Club Brugge by 4-1, 7-4 on aggregate. They scored early, Bruges equalised, but then 3 second half goals made it pretty comfortable in the end for the Spanish team, so they are through. In the balance in the other matches, Bayer Leverkusen are at home to Olympiacos, and they do have a 2-0 lead as well against the Greek side, but it's goalless there at half time, so still a glimmer of hope for Olympiacos with a 2-goal deficit to overturn, and work to do for Inter Milan, finalists last season. They are drawing 0-0 at home to Bodo Glimt, so they still trail 3-1 to the Norwegians on aggregate. They have 45 minutes to turn that around. In the Championship, plenty of games going on this evening. Bristol City lead 2-1 at Blackburn. Hull City 2, Derby County 2, Middlesbrough 1, Leicester 1. Middlesbrough went behind to the struggling East Midlands side, but equalised just before half-time. So Middlesbrough, who could do with a win to stay on the heels of Coventry, drawing 1-1 with Leicester. Swansea 0, Preston 1. And my sister has messaged me to say that Snoop Dogg is at that game. So there's a useful piece of information for you. And I should say happy birthday to my sister Katie as well. It's her birthday today. She shares it with Anthony Gordon and Jacob Murphy, I think. Watford 0, Ipswich 1, West Brom 1, Charlton 0, Wrexham lead Portsmouth by 2-0, and Southampton are 2-0 up on QPR as well. Bradford City in League 1 lead Rotherham by 1-0, Burton 1, Stockport 0, and Port Vale 1 up at Northampton. And in League 2, it's Accrington 0, Barnet 0, and Salford 1, Shrewsbury 0. In the National League North, South Shields are in action this evening, home to Worksop, and they have just gone ahead in that game. They lead by 2-1. Paul Blackett's got both of the South Shields goals. He scored just before half-time, but then Worksop equalised before the half-time whistle, but South Shields have gone ahead in the second half there. And AFC Fylde have been pegged back at Macclesfield as well, so Fylde, who are top of the table just ahead of Shields, are drawing 1-1 at Macclesfield. So that is how things look elsewhere in football this evening. Let me tell you about the Northern Premier League East Division as well. A couple of games involving our teams there. Ashington lead Emley by 1-0, and it is Blythe Town 0, Lincoln United 2. Let's change focus to cricket now, because England are through to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup, which is good news, isn't it? Because they beat Pakistan by 2 wickets earlier today. Now, what an innings by the skipper Harry Brook. He hit a century in their chase of 164 runs. He was the key man, and here he is talking afterwards to Michael Atherton.
Yeah, it's very nice. We've come here to do that job, and thankfully we've got over the line.
Hundreds across formats for you. I know the win is more important than the 3 figures, but nice to join Joss and David Malan, who've done that.
Yeah, it's always nice to just win games of cricket, and it was, like you said to Salman then, it was a little bit nervy at the end.
I was going to ask that when you got up. I mean, didn't want to, memories of the Oval against India flooding back after you'd got out.
I was about to say to Baz and I was like, hopefully this isn't another Oval, but no, thankfully we got over the line and we're through to the semis, but the main focus now is on New Zealand, and hopefully we can go out there and play with a lot of confidence.
And how will you approach that? Will you jig things around, give match time to others, or, I mean, there's obviously areas that you still need to work on, particularly that top order to fire?
That's something for me and Baz to have a chat about, and the selectors, and yeah, we'll see what happens there, and I don't think much will change, but you never know.
Steve from Leam Lane has sent a message. He says, my bet's still in play. What did he have again? He had 3-0, I think, didn't he? He says, we're cruising. I think there'll be a lot of changes in the second half. Newcastle leading by 2-0 against Qarabağ tonight, so 8-1 on aggregate. Second half coming up shortly, but time to bring you a couple of other things first. Firstly, a bit of rugby union. The Newcastle Red Bulls, well, they suffered a heavy defeat on Friday night at the hands of Northampton Saints. That was in the Prem Rugby Cup. Head coach Alan Dickens, who will be leaving at the end of the season, of course, has today been reflecting on that match with BBC Radio Newcastle's rugby union commentator Dean Gray.
One of the things we talked about certainly after the game and also in the debrief yesterday was around the physicality. Certainly when we were ball in hand, we made some errors, but equally we carried high. Defensively, we made our tackles, but we weren't kind of winning those collisions. We weren't kind of double tackling. Northampton, I thought, credit to them. I spoke to their coaches afterwards, was complimentary around how they played. They wanted to keep the ball alive, and they did that very, very well, and we couldn't slow them down, and so that was a disappointing aspect of the game last Friday night. But as I said, in terms of how we've used it and viewed it over the last few weeks, we're integrating players back into the team, and we need to get them up to speed and get that match sharpness as quickly as possible.
You said about integrating players back into the team who've been out through injury. They also brought in a plethora of younger talent as well, the likes of George Bolam, Harrison Obitimbo, just mentioned there, Finn Baker, Ruben Parsons, Reece Beekmans have all stepped forward and put in performances of some note in this competition. So it's been a worthwhile exercise from that point of view.
No, absolutely, and I think we're disappointed with the result, but when you look for positives, they're certainly the positives to come out of the campaign. And look, it's a competition over the years that's bred young talent, and it's no different now, and I think it'll be no different next season as well.
Does it lack something not having the Championship clubs in your opinion? I mean, that was always the jeopardy factor going away to a club like Doncaster or wherever, and facing a side that you don't really know.
No, certainly. I enjoyed that last year in terms of we went to Coldie and Doncaster. But look,
I commentated on a park bench. I remember that game.
And what a great club Coldie is in terms of the kind of the community roots that they kind of live by. And but look, it's the competition's the competition. You get on with it. So in terms of, I hadn't given it a great deal of thought. Yes, I enjoyed it last year, and equally I enjoyed it this year in seeing the young players get opportunities.
Alan Dickens with Dean Gray next up in the same competition, a trip to Harlequins on Saturday. I think we've just got time for a bit of ice hockey for you as well. The Whitley Warriors are playing their ice hockey in the Scottish National League this season. It's going pretty well. They're second in the table. They beat Kilmarnock and Dundee at the weekend. Head coach Tony Hand has been chatting to BBC Radio Newcastle's Liam Milburn. He says league leaders Edinburgh Capitals are going to be tough to catch.
I think right now they're obviously favourites. It's in their hands, which you would want to be as a league. But we can. I don't think we've lost at home this year, apart from Dundee beat us last time here in overtime. But as long as we can maintain that and can push them as hard as we can, see what happens at the end, then we'll push for the playoffs as well. So, but no, I've got to give the team a lot of credit. The players were fantastic the weekend.
So yes, that was Tony Hand of the Whitley Warriors, the head coach there. In the snooker, Elliot Slessor and Sam Craigie, two North East players, 2-all at the Welsh Open in round one match. Players are coming back out for the second half here at St James's Park. Commentary to come. Newcastle leading 2-0 on the night, 8-1 on aggregate against Qarabağ. Second half coming up next.
Total Sport North East.
The Champions League. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you very much to Simon Pride. And now Newcastle are going to get the second half underway with no changes to the team. William Osula is ready to get us restarted. 2-0 tonight, 6-1 on aggregate from the first leg, which has gone up to 8-1. And the referee and Newcastle out quite early for the second half. Qarabağ have arrived and have lined up in their blue kit. Newcastle black and white stripes, white shorts and white socks. Referee taking a good look around. They must be waiting for the nod from the television director. There are tens of thousands of supporters who have not realised that the second half was about to get started, and they are quickly making their way to their seats, getting back into the stand in a hurry. Yeah, there's lots of people. You can see them. Can you hear yourself, Ando, on a 2-second delay in your headphones? Because that's what I can hear. Yeah. Hopefully that can be fixed technically, because that is very distracting in terms of our coverage. Newcastle United underway and shooting to the Gallagher end second half here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Tonali over to Barnes, and now they find Voltemada, who has a nice little turn and flick up to the edge of the area. They've got it back. Jacob Murphy following a Qarabağ challenge. Trippier to Tonali. Early goals in the first half tonight. Let's see if they can do exactly that in the second. Barnes, good skill on the outside. Barnes has rolled back, slid behind for a corner. Good play.
Just skip past them down the outside, whip the ball in. Good start in the second half.
Corner from the far side. Tonali in swinger. Keeper comes and punches it. Alex Murphy chases out to the far touchline.
I'm surprised he didn't make changes at half-time. Thought he would have brought 1 or 2 on.
Jacob Murphy on the outside. Ball to the back post, gathered by the keeper. Nobody close to it in black and white. Newcastle tonight with no changes at the break. Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Joe Linton, Tonali, Baltamada, Jacob Murphy, Osula, Barnes. Joe Linton inside to Tonali, and now Barnes has to bring it back before getting turned to face the goal. And here's Trippier. Sends it in. Joe Linton misses it, and so too does Osula behind him.
Bright start. They've upped the tempo at the start of the second half. I just missed it, Joe Linton, didn't he? He needed to get a little touch on that.
Newcastle's bench. They've got 3 goalkeepers: Pope, Ruddy, and teenager Aidan Harris. Hall, Wisser, Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Shahar, and Neve. We would expect some changes. Quite who we'll see, I don't know. Tonali with a foul next to the centre circle. Qarabağ, the goalkeeper, Kochalski, Mateus Silva, Husseinov, Medina at the back, Bolt, Pedro Bacalio, Jankovic, and Jafar Guliev over midfield. Montiel, Zubir, and Duran, the forward players. Ball out from the back from Burr is intercepted. Newcastle get it back through Murphy up to Osula. Nice layoff. Joe Linton. Referee says that's a foul. On the tiny figure of Montiel. Qarabağ back to the keeper, out to the near side. Medina. Jafar Guliev through the legs of Joe Linton. Nicely worked. Good skill. His back pass to Kochalski. And the keeper out to the far side, the touchline. Qarabağ haven't got out of their defensive third. Newcastle made a challenge, but the loose ball has come to another player in blue. And Jafar Guliev here, who carries it forwards from Tonali. Plays it inside now. And Medina forwards, helped on by Montiel. Camilo Duran trying to run away from Byrne. He's into the penalty area and he scored! And Qarabağ have a goal back. And the supporters from Azerbaijan at the top of the Leazes end looking down on their team, who are applauded by the Newcastle United supporters for pulling a goal back, just as they did last week early in the second half. Camilo Duran ran through and finished beyond Aaron Ramsdale. He took it pretty well. And it's 8-2 on aggregate, 2-1 on the night.
Well, he just got into a foot race with Dan Bourne, didn't he? And he's just done him. Just left him for dead. It's a good finish.
Newcastle up to Osula. He wanted either free kick or corner. It's goal kick.
Yeah, he just got away from Dan Bourne, didn't he? And then he's done Ramsdale at the near post.
Botman inside to Tonali, front of the centre circle, to the feet of Joe Linton. An inviting ball for Trippier, whose cross goes behind off the defender. Corner. The corner will be on the near side, obviously, from Trippier's cross. I mean, Qarabağ had a few attacks, didn't they? They got into positions, got him not quite in behind, but countered on Newcastle in the first half. Eddie Howe and
Here's
Graham Jones calling for big names. Anthony Gordon is one of them, as Trippier sends the corner in, and they've got a third, and it's Sven Botman with a bullet header from Trippier's delivery, and they're back in pursuit of that record aggregate score. Qarabağ pulling one back, but Newcastle re-establishing the 2-goal cushion on the night, and Sven Botman planting a header on the ball and sending it beyond Mateusz Kochalski. Newcastle United 3, Qarabağ 1, and 9-2 on aggregate.
Yeah, good header, wasn't it? Good delivery into a good area. He's attacked it well. Powerful header, keeper's not saving that.
Well, Eddie Howe was obviously annoyed by the concession of that goal. That early in the second half, this is only the 53rd minute as they celebrate Botman's goal. A triple change, looks like only a triple change, still 3 players is being prepared, and Lewis Hall's coming on for Kieran Trippier in the first. I think it's important that Kieran Trippier gets a breather, and the captain's armband has gone to Jacob Murphy. And that's a nice moment. Trippier, who made his 150th appearance for the club on Saturday. Murphy made his 250th. Jacob Murphy is captain now. Trippier leaving the pitch. Sven Botman coming off, replaced by Joe Willock. And Anthony Gordon is coming on for Joe Linton. Also coming off, Sven Botman. Means some positional changes. They now line up like this: Ramsdale the goalkeeper, Murphy, Byrne, the other Murphy, Jacob at right back, Alex left centre back, Hall at left back, Willock, Tonali, Voltemada in midfield. Osula's gone left wing, Barnes right wing, and Gordon centre forward. So lots of changes there. And Anthony Gordon looking to get closer to Kylian Mbappe. What is he, 3 behind him in the Champions League scorers list? Jacob Murphy chasing back down the line, and a back pass into Ramsdale, who pings it out to Murphy on the left-hand side. Osula back to Tonali, and Voltemada for Willock, and now they're on the attack. Newcastle. Willock's ball towards Osula, cut out, but Gordon plays it towards Osula again. Medina comes across, takes it to the corner. And now he's facing the corner flag with Osula at his back. Where does he go from here? William Osula has made a challenge, can't come away with the ball. Looked like it was handball by Kevin Medina, but he's won a free kick for Qarabağ. The Champions League, the UEFA match manager or whoever deals with the statistics has given the goal to Harvey Barnes when it was clearly a Sven Botman header, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they've obviously made a mistake. Just in case, if you're looking at it at an app or you're getting notifications from BBC Sport, it was definitely Botman. I don't think Barnes was anywhere near it. Qarabağ throw, far side. Newcastle think it should be theirs. Still got Wissa and Ilanga on the bench, along with Shahar and Neve. 3-1 tonight. It's 9-2. Newcastle's record on aggregate 10-2 from 94 against Royal Antwerp. Qarabağ right wing. And they've got 2 in the middle wanting the pull back. Dan Burn makes a block penalty. It's hit his hand. Burn went sliding in and the cross hit his hand, and Qarabağ have got a penalty.
Yeah, it's different in the Premier League, though, isn't it? Would that have been given in the Premier League?
Oh, I think it's just hit his hand as he slides, hasn't it? He stopped the cross with his hand. No need.
Yeah, but we've seen one last week given against them for the same thing.
Yeah, but VAR that time, but not this time.
Well, 3-1 up, and it might go to 3-2. Aaron Ramsdale, who has history of saving penalties, saved one on his debut in pre-season, and then 3 in the shootout against Bournemouth in the FA Cup last month. Now faces a Qarabağ penalty kick, which he saves with his feet. The follow-up as then it's in. They've caught one back, the follow-up's gone in. Ramsdale couldn't keep it out. Jafar Guliev, it was difficult to work out what had actually happened there, but the ball had gone in, I think, off Ramsdale, who made the initial save from the penalty, diving away to his left. Saved it with his foot. It's a great save, but the follow-up, it almost dived beyond it. Jankovic's penalty, Jafar Guliev follow-up, Newcastle United 3, Qarabağ 2, 9-3 on aggregate.
He's trying to get back up and get a cross goal, and he just loses his footing as well, doesn't he?
It's been a strange few minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Tonali looking for Murphy in behind, Jafar Guliev defending, and the goalkeeper from his back pass, it's come off his heel and gone out next to the corner flag for a throw. Back to Hall. He gets it again from Murphy, and Hall drops his shoulder, comes inside off the right wing. Lewis Hall tackled. Newcastle appealing for a free kick. They don't get it. Qarabağ have a 3-on-1, and they play it to Montiel, left side of the penalty area. Plenty of black and white shirts back now. Reinforcements. Tonali with a block. Montiel then gets away again. Harvey Barnes from the centre of defence has to come and bring it away. Now Tonali's being pushed and shoved by Montiel. Joe Willock's lost it. This game's really open, and Ramsdale makes a brilliant save down to his right. Tonali's gone back after Johnny Montiel, and the referee has to separate them. The referee could have intervened much earlier, and I wonder whether VAR will take a look at that spat, whether there's actually anything serious in it. Tonali made the initial challenge and pulled him back a little bit, then he threw himself down and didn't like it.
Yeah, Tonali's had a little pop at him, hasn't he?
Ramsdale makes a really good save there, doesn't he?
Was a good save at his near post.
If Qarabağ had scored there, they would have been level on the night, which seemed improbable when Newcastle went 2-0 up after 6 minutes. 3-2 on the night, on the hour. It's become probably a bit too stretched and open. But lots of goals. More interesting than the latter part of the first half. Tonali with an interception and a powerful run. Osula through the middle. Tonali is tackled by Danny Bolt. And Qarabağ up to the halfway line. Montiel chips it straight onto the head of Dan Burn. Jacob Murphy down to Alex Murphy. Not sure Anthony Gordon's had a touch since coming on at centre forward. They will be wary of him after last week. But now it's part of a Newcastle team that, while they have security in terms of the aggregate score, not on the night. Murphy to Gordon, right side of the box. He's brought it down, had to come away from goal, back to the edge of the area and the feet of Joe Willock. Now Gordon wide right, could stick it in. There's 3 in the box. It's Barnes on the edge of the area from Gordon's ball along the floor. Voltemada back to Barnes, trying to force their way through. Intercepted and cleared, and Willock makes sure that it goes out near side. Ramsdale unfortunate after the penalty save, but Jafar Guliev followed it in well, didn't he?
He did.
He was the quickest to react.
That's what they say. Always follow it in. Good save. He was unlucky, Ramsdale. Could have went anywhere. And then he's unlucky with the follow-up because he's trying to get back across goal and he just loses his footing.
Gordon. Ball in behind. Nobody went. Nobody made the run. Change for Qarabağ and Johnny Montiel.
To be replaced by number 20, Kari.
3-2 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. The goal kick inside to Byrne, back to Ramsdale. A goal elsewhere. Bodo Glimt lead Inter Milan on the night, and that now makes it 4-1 on aggregate to the Norwegians. So that would be a shock, wouldn't it? Size of club, but maybe not the way they play. And they're going to go through to the last 16, which would be a great story. Good football by Newcastle, moving the ball better. Hall to Osula, who's on the left wing now, taking on defenders. Few step overs, tackled, stabbed away. Referee almost had a touch of the ball, nearly got in Tonali's way. Newcastle have it again with Hall on the touchline. Wissa and Elanga are warming up. Made a triple change, Eddie Howe. Maybe there'll be more. Byrne with a back pass to Ramsdale, who's got to come to the middle of the half to play it on to Jacob Murphy. He comes inside. Gordon to Barnes. And Willock, and now Murphy. About 30 yards from the goal. Tonali in the centre. Man on for Tonali. He's given it away with the pass. It was too slow. What do you think Eddie Howe will feel like, Ando, about
I don't think he'll be happy.
Sloppiness.
He got sloppy.
Your word from
keep
earlier.
giving the ball away. He won't be happy with the way it's gone.
Voltemada next to the centre circle. That's overhit. He puts his hands on his head and leans back, looks up at the sky. There's a lofted pass towards Murphy, but it's gone out.
Yeah, it wasn't a difficult ball either, was it? He just got it high in the air.
Gordon for Barnes. Willock in support. Willock, don't think he fancied the challenge, did he? Jumped out of it a little bit. Qarabağ win it back. And now played across the edge of their penalty area. Intercepted by Hall. Sharp play by Lewis Hall. Oh, look for Willock, but it's intercepted by Medina. More frustration for Newcastle that their attacking play doesn't quite come together. Got to defend here. Lots of players back, more back than forwards. And by the way, the player who came on, Cadi Borges, another Brazilian, to replace Montiel. Slip by Medina and Willock. He could go all the way. Instead he plays in Barnes. Back inside to Willock. Back to Barnes. Qarabağ get bodies in the way. Barnes goes for the bottom corner. That's a good save from Kochalski to tip it behind.
Well, they lose it on the halfway, and then from down on they're in trouble. Nobody seemed to want to take the shot on. Willock passed it once, he passed it twice. All of a sudden Barnes gets it on his left foot, whips it into that far corner. Decent save by the keeper.
Well, when that attack seemed to come to nothing, there was a reaction from the crowd, frustrated that Newcastle aren't making more of situations like that of their advantage. Here's Tonali's corner. Voltemada has headed it up and it's gone behind again. Dan Byrne was running back as if it was a goal kick, but they've been awarded a second corner.
It looked like it came off Voltemada's head.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Tonali again. Langer, Wissa, Shahar and Neve still warming up. Now in the 67th minute, Tanali lifts it in. Referee spotted something he doesn't like. Probably realised it shouldn't have been a corner and just give Qarabağ a decision, a free kick. BBC Radio Newcastle, also on BBC Sounds, and we're staying with you till 10:30 tonight after the game. Ando will chat to Simon Pride about the match, and you can join in as well. Call us on 0800 234 6565. Dan Burn with Duran causing problems, and Camilo Duran, who scored Qarabağ's first goal, has hurt himself after challenging with Burn and winning the ball. And on the left wing near the penalty box, he's down, and the Qarabağ medical team are called on by the referee. I don't know what he did. It's part of his body he hurt.
Hamstring, is it?
Eddie Howe, Joe Willock, Harvey Barnes, Anthony Gordon on the near touchline. Second half has been interesting. I know there have been 3 goals, but 2 of them have been for Qarabağ. 3-2 on the night, at 9-2
so
on 9-3 on aggregate.
Open,
sorry,
it's been so stretched, so open. Been entertaining. I suppose. I don't think Eddie Howe will be too happy with the way it's gone. You know, it's too stretched, too open for his liking, you would think, but good entertainment for the crowd to see it.
Well, I'm trying to think what they have to do. They are leading on aggregate by 6 goals. The Champions League record is 11, so I don't think they're going to get that. But they could still create a club record. Camilo Duran, who got a standing ovation from St James's Park after he scored.
Number 17, Camilo Duran, to be replaced by number 21.
Now sees his night come to an end, and that's a real shame for him, but he does have that goal to remember. Alexei Kaschuk is the replacement for him. And the referee, Davide Massa, is trying to work out what to do, and players from both teams involved in the conversation. Qarabağ have the ball, they play it back to halfway from wide left. 3-2 tonight, 20 minutes to play. The supporters would just like to see a few more Newcastle goals, wouldn't they? Looking for Voltemade here, and that passes out of play
really
again.
Sloppy. We've got really sloppy on the ball. I mean, that's a poor ball. Just knocks it straight out of play.
Jafar gives it back to Jankovic, and now they find the goalkeeper down the side of the penalty area with that back pass. Back out wide. Duran scoops it up the line, but it's now blocked by Willock. Could have put the cross in early, and that's why there are groans. Jacob Murphy, he's going to deliver. Voltemade just behind the defender. I thought that was going to drop perfectly onto his head. Not a bad ball in, but defended, and a quick break. And Kaschuk, the substitute, wide right. And they come inside, but Danny Bolt is dispossessed by Lewis Hall, and Lewis Hall's on one of those runs. Gordon could have it. Anthony Gordon played in by Hall. Good goalkeeping. It's loose, and Barnes is denied by Kochalski. 2 big bits of goalkeeping there to stop Gordon going round him, and then Barnes from taking it away and putting it into an unguarded goal.
Yet again they lose it in midfield, don't they? We break. It looked like Gordon was going to get onto it and just put it past the goalkeeper. He's made a couple of decent stops, hasn't he?
Murphy for Barnes. Flag stays down. Barnes cross behind Gordon and in front of Voltemade, and cleared. Kept in by Jacob Murphy. 3-2 tonight. 9-3 on aggregate. Willock, man on. Plays it to the left to Hall. Newcastle keep possession. Alex Murphy now at centre back to Tonali. Jacob Murphy's got loads of room wide right. Again delays the cross, beats his man, stands it up, just taken away from Voltemada by a leaping defender in the middle. Hall to Barnes, under pressure. Nice pass to Murphy, edge of the area, on his left. Went for the goal that he scored last week, very similar. Cutting inside off his left, but that was over the bar, it was too high. And here comes Johan Wissa for Newcastle United, replacing William Osula, who probably hasn't taken his opportunity tonight. Osula,
wouldn't think so. He's run around.
His first Champions League start. To be replaced by number 9, Johan Wissa.
Yeah, it didn't happen for Osula, did it?
He had a header that was saved just before Tonali put it in from the rebound for the first goal. William Osula off, Johan Wissa on. Anthony Gordon's gone to the left wing. Here's Lewis Hall, who's added something, but now he's lost the ball. And Qarabağ into the box. They've got a chance at the near post with Dan Burn there. Turns the pull back behind. It's been quite remarkable after the way they started. Well, he's offside actually. The flag should have gone up. It's not the first one that assistant Stefano Alassio, far side, has got wrong tonight. It was the Murphy one in the first half when he was well onside and the flag went up. Corner's been taken. It's some moments of alarm in this second half, and there's a wild shot swung away from goal. And Ramsdale puts the ball down. That effort.
Zubair it was cut in on that from that right side, just lashed at it, didn't he? Never on target.
Ball's on the floor in the Newcastle box. Murphy to Hall on the left side. In it comes to the feet of Tonali. Wissa, after missing a few games with a knock, back in the mix. Gordon uses his pace to beat his man. They're in. Voltemada blocked. Claims of handball.
Referee's right there.
Play on. Dan Burn intercepts in front of halfway. Comes inside, then passes it out to the left. Great run from Gordon. They'll be terrified of him. He's got it again, Anthony Gordon. Drops his shoulder, beats some challenges, and now it's Joe Willock. Oh, it's blocked in the middle. Might have hit Wissa. Gordon trying to keep it alive at the back post. It's gone behind. They want a corner. What's the referee going to give? I don't think he's pointed at anything yet. Now they get a corner.
Didn't have a clue, did
ball
he?
Inside from Gordon. The Voltemada effort came off the leg and onto the hand. And then when it came to Willock, Wissa got out of the way, but it smacked it against the defender standing in the centre of the box. 76th minute. Oh, VAR potential penalty check. Remember Livramento in Paris? Off one part of the body and onto the arm. But no penalty on this occasion. Tonali's corner. Qarabağ head it straight back out to the Italian, who brings it down, then lifts it in. Oh, Voltemada and Alex Murphy behind him failed to connect. Qarabağ come up to halfway near side. Jacob Murphy makes the block and pushes it back up the line, but Newcastle can't keep possession. Now they try and play it in behind Alex Murphy, who's covering, and positional play there is good, and he makes sure that it doesn't go to the Qarabağ right-sided forward, Caddy. Back to Ramsdale. Murphy again, up to Willock. Bodo Glimt scored a second in Milan against Inter. Willock to Gordon, and Jacob Murphy unable to control, but then he's won it back. Wissa's running in behind. They don't play it though. It's gone to Willock, who beats his man wide left. Now Willock in the box on his right foot, corner of the area. Hall to Willock. They've gone out wide, Newcastle. Lifted in high, chested back to the goalkeeper.
Well played. But 3 blue shirts left at each other. Murphy just ran away with it.
Hopefully, in terms of Jan Wissa, Ando, who's now at centre forward, 2 weeks of training, or as much training as he's done, even though he's had a knock, will hopefully help him with his fitness levels, build up that sort of base level of fitness that he didn't really have, because he was finding it difficult, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was finding it difficult to get through games.
Nice play by Qarabağ up the right wing, but Kashchuk has run out of space. Out it goes. Triple change now, and they're bringing on Emmanuel Adai, Toral Bayramov,
triple substitution for Qarabağ,
and Musa Gurbanli.
To be replaced by number 11, Emmanuel Adai.
Abdallah Zubir is off.
Elvin
Jafaguliev, the scorer of their second goal and scorer last week, is off. And Marko Jankovic is the other player who leaves the pitch for Qarabağ. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. A reminder, we're here till 10:30 if you want to send us a message on WhatsApp to join our post-match discussion. Put BBC at the front of it, and the number is 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Or you can give us a call. The number is 0800 234 6565. Hall to Gordon. Comes back from halfway. Great turn of pace again from Gordon. Now he's got a man on. It's with Byrne, who is the right-sided centre-half. That's unusual for him. Alex Murphy is to his left. Byrne finds Gordon. He might have been fouled. Play continues. Wissa's got it. Gets his head up. Wissa comes inside. I think the crowd wanted him to play it quickly in behind. Here's Murphy for Wissa, edge of the area. Tried to flick it on to Voltemada. Newcastle lose it, then get it back. Now Gordon's through ball. Blocked. Tonali wins it back. Might have been fouled. Referee has let it go. Gordon looking for Voltemada. Tonali stayed down. Newcastle have it with Barnes. Shot from Barnes straight at the keeper.
Yeah, Tonali stayed down. Didn't look there was a great deal. It looked like there was a great deal in it.
Actually shown a yellow card.
Shown a yellow card, yes.
To Pedro Bicalio.
Just come on as well, didn't he?
No, he started.
Did he start?
Yeah. It's hard to keep track with all the changes. A couple of other statistics. Newcastle scored in their last 12 Champions League fixtures, and it's going to be, if they win tonight, 3-2 on the night, that would be 6 wins this season out of 10, which would surpass the number of victories they had in 2002-2003 in the Champions League. So that would be a club record, a number of wins. Competition proper. So they obviously won qualifiers that season. Qarabağ have sent it forwards, but it's out. 81st minute now. Murphy, Jacob to Murphy, Alex.
Looks more comfortable in there, doesn't he?
Hall looking for Gordon, dispossessed by Danny Bolt. And they've got 2 in the middle waiting for the cross. Tonali's got back, made the block. Hall's now helping Tonali out. And cleared up to Gordon, who's tried to flick it around his man and been fouled.
when they've got in those areas, half decent areas, they haven't made the most of it, have they, Qarabağ?
Well, they pulled one back. Newcastle then made it 3-1. Then a penalty for handball by Dan Burn. The spot kick was saved, but the rebound was put in. Here's Barnes with a ball across to the middle to Voltemade, who looked like he wasn't getting there, won it back and was then tackled as they swarmed around him. He was outnumbered. It's their first home match, Newcastle, for a few weeks. They've got a run of 5 coming up, this being the first. Gordon skips in off the touchline, goes for the bottom corner, but it didn't have enough curl, and the keeper didn't dive actually. Gordon looking to move closer to the top of the Champions League goal scoring charts. 3-2 this evening and 9-3 on aggregate. Last European aggregate win by at least 5 goals for Newcastle was against Olympiacos in the 2004-5 UEFA Cup in the last 16. Then they played that quarter-final against Sporting Lisbon. Won here, and then in Lisbon it was a disaster, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And then they went to Cardiff
and got lost to Manchester United in the semi-final, didn't they?
The FA Cup a few days later. There were a lot of bad results in the Graham Souness era, and they were 2 of the worst. If you remember that season, I'm sure you'll remember just what it was like. Here, winning on the night and further ahead on aggregate. Burn given away, but I don't think this is a performance in most cases that will be praised. There's a ball in behind, just has enough on it for Ramsdale to get there. Qarabağ have caused a lot of problems in the second half.
It's not so much we've caused our own problems. We've been really sloppy on the ball, trying to play out from the back, keep giving it away.
Gordon with a run, got past 2, but then overran it. But in the sense that they didn't just sit in and give up when they went 2-0 down. They've participated, haven't they? They've tried to go forwards, and
well, they've been encouraged, haven't they?
Well, yeah, that's the other way to look at it.
They've been encouraged.
85th minute. Throw from the right into midfield, up to the edge of the area. Decent first touch. Gourbanli, low shot from the substitute. Right foot, edge of the area, straight at Ramsdale, centre of the goal, low down.
Comfortable.
Didn't have any power. This is Alex Murphy. Not just his first start, but his first appearance in the Champions League. Leo Shahar's being called to the bench. Wonder if he might be making his debut. The young right back. Anthony Gordon wriggles away. Wissa on the stretch, couldn't hold it up at the edge of the box. They've always got players willing to run, haven't they? There was a lifted ball towards halfway, headed back forwards by Newcastle by Alex Murphy, but Qarabağ had 2 in the attack. This is Gordon to Murphy. Inside it comes to Burn. Leo Shahar is about to come on for his debut. He'll turn 19 next month. The former Wolves Academy player and England Youth International. Sean Neve got on in Baku. Neve would have loved to have come on tonight, but it's Shahar who'll be on next. Jacob Murphy. Short ball to Voltemade. Tackle comes in. Voltemade's lost it. Danny Bolt. And Emmanuel Adai, the Qarabağ wide player, stopped by Willock and Tonali. And Sandro Tonali has a bit of a go at some of his colleagues. Jacob Murphy is leaving the pitch and he hands the armband to Dan Burn.
Number 23, Jacob Murphy.
Lots of appreciation for Jacob Murphy, and
to be replaced by number 61, Leo Shahar.
Debut for Leo Shahar. And he's going to get the final 3.5 minutes plus additional time. But a special night for him. Qarabağ have given it away. Johan Wissa's got it just behind halfway. And then up the right wing with a pass to Harvey Barnes. 4 further across in the middle and wide. Back to Shah. His first touch is applauded. Inside it comes to Byrne. Murphy to Willock. And now Hall. Qarabağ get back in position. Willock to Murphy. Out to Hall. And Newcastle moving it around. Byrne gives it to Shahar again. Up the line to Barnes. Voltemade has come over to make himself available, but Barnes was tripped. Tanali gives it to Shahar. Gets it back again. Gives it to the youngster once more. Plays it to Barnes and then makes a forward run. Back it goes. 3-2 on the night. 9-3 on aggregate. Newcastle United. Draw on Friday from 11. I think it was about half 11 last time when it was.
So it'll be about 2 o'clock when it on.
Well, there was a pre-draw video and explainer and that sort of stuff from UEFA. Barnes does well to hold off a defender and then play it back to Tanali, and then Gordon onto Barnes, and the cross blocked. He's letting it run, and it's a throw rather than a corner kick, which I think they would have preferred. 89th minute now. They're going to go through, as we would have expected, to the last 16, and Chelsea or Barcelona next. Alex Murphy given his instructions by Jason Tyndall. They've told him to go into the box. Shahar must be preparing to take a long throw, or maybe not, because Joe Willock came short.
Dan Bourne will be going, cheers, thanks for
and
that.
They've gone back to Lewis Hall. Willock to Hall again, 30 yards out. Hall turns, finds Willock. Maybe they should just stick the ball in the middle. Tanali to Shahar. Back to Willock. They're still waiting for the delivery. They've all gone up there. Murphy and Byrne. And Voltemade's in the box as well. Tanali for Gordon, edge of the area. Gordon, little ball. Willock with a shot. Deflects wide. Up and high and away from goal. Corner on the right. Maybe they'll put this one into the box.
Good block. Patient, went in. Oh, load of black and white shorts in the box. They're waiting for the cross and never came.
Tanali applauded by the fans in the corner. And he has a drink from a water bottle by the side of the pitch. Final 10 seconds of the 90. Numbers board will be presented, and it shows 3 minutes. Then they get another one. Newcastle. Tanali's corner. Voltemade heads over.
That's 3 minutes.
They ask for another corner kick, but they don't get it. It was too high for Murphy, who made the initial run, and then Voltemade behind him. I think it might have come off the defender, but it doesn't matter what we think, does it?
No.
It's the Italian referee.
Been a comfortable night for him, hasn't it? Yeah. Hasn't had a great deal to do, no big decisions to make.
Just the penalty, but it was an easy call, wasn't it? And Kuchelski, long forward ball. Alex Murphy comes across, fires it up to halfway. Qarabağ have got it back. Leo Shahar intercepts. Harvey Barnes inside, headed away. Joe Willock then tries to make a challenge, taken forwards by Gurbanli. He's already had one shot saved. There's a deflected effort, just wide. Qarabağ with a corner kick in the second minute of additional time.
He was always drifting wide, wasn't it? Ramsdale got himself across, but always enough spin on it, taking it wide.
They'll be trying to leave St James's Park with a draw, and if they score here, they probably will. Left-footed corner to the back post, but behind. And the player at the back stick couldn't get there.
It's a poor ball, isn't it?
Johan Wissa was defending the situation. Here's Shahar inside to Willock. Square ball for Tonali, back to Shahar. Barnes up the line. Shahar, instead of going forwards, sees that Byrne is in more space. That's where it goes. And we've played 2 of the 3 minutes. Alex Murphy has to stretch to find a ball back to Dan Byrne, and now it's Ramsdale out to Byrne. Shahar wide. Byrne goes back to the keeper. Shahar with it. And out. He lifts it up. Qarabağ throw. Television cameras get ready. Next to Eddie Howe, just waiting for the whistle. Just a few seconds remaining here at St James's Park. This Champions League knockout phase playoff round tie. Tonali in behind, one last chance maybe. Barnes, good first touch. Barnes tries to win a corner and does, and the referee's going to let them have it. They're going to have to be quick, and they might only get the one ball in from the corner. See if they can finish the game with a 4th goal and get 10 over the 2 ties against Qarabağ. A 9-3 on aggregate as it stands. Tonali. He's going to stick it in there, isn't he? Voltemada, Byrne, Murphy at the back of the box. Tonali's delivery. Voltemada, Byrne on the turn. A back heel from Dan Byrne. Mateusz Kochalski dives to his left to save. That would have been something special from Dan Byrne. Eddie Howe shakes the hand of Gurban Gurbanov. Appreciation and respect. Qarabağ scored twice at St James's Park tonight. Could have had a couple more. It is a match that's had some things in it that Newcastle and Eddie Howe will not be happy about. But they've won again, 3-2 tonight, 9-3 on aggregate. Not quite a club record aggregate win in Europe, and not the Champions League record, but another victory, and they are assured of their place in the last 16. And they will play Chelsea or Barcelona next month over 2 legs. On the 10th and 11th here, and the following midweek away. If it's Chelsea, they'll play Chelsea 3 times in a row because there's a league game in the middle. If it's Barcelona, then it's the team that they started their European campaign against. Newcastle United winning, and now players from both teams shaking hands in the middle of the pitch. The Player of the Match award will be presented to a Newcastle player. Not sure who's going to get it. I assume a Newcastle player, because club staff have had the trophy and have handed it to somebody with a camera. But while that gets sorted out, players make their way around the pitch, going to all sides of St James's Park. They've got the job done, John Anderson.
Yeah, you thought it would have been an awful lot easier. You scored 2 goals in a minute in the first half, and it was really comfortable first half. Second half he made a change as the game got stretched, got very open. Fair play to Qarabağ, you know, they threw bodies forward, they got the goals. Result was never ever in doubt though. You know, they could have had more, we could have had more, but it was all about just seeing it out, making sure you did things right, you didn't use up too much energy, you didn't pick up any injuries, made sure that you were all right for Everton come Saturday.
Eddie Howe able to give a first start to Alex Murphy, who began at left back and finished the match at left centre back, which is a more natural position for him, where you said he looked more comfortable. Yeah. And Leo Shahar came on late for his debut as well.
Yeah, it was good to see the young boys get the opportunity. I thought Murphy did okay at left back. He was nice and safe, didn't take any chances. Went into centre back, he looked more comfortable, didn't he? He looked more assured in there. great for him, the fact that he's played 90 minutes in the Champions League. Shahar comes on. It's a shame young Neve didn't come on and get an opportunity. You would have liked to have seen him get more game time. Fortunately for him, it wasn't to be, but for those two young boys, it's a night that they'll remember.
Players are now at the Gallagher end and applauding the supporters behind that goal. What about things that Eddie Howe would not be happy about? You mentioned sloppiness.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes in the final third they didn't put the ball in quickly when they had options. It didn't really stick. There'll be a couple of players who I think will be disappointed with their own individual performances. So definitely some things that could have been better.
Yeah, I mean, looking after the ball, I think there was times in the second half we didn't look after the ball well enough. We were sloppy on it, gave it away, knocked it out of play. These are just small issues, they're little issues, but the things that Eddie Howe I don't think would be too happy about.
Sandro Tonali might be the man of the match. Has gone to do some interviews along with Jacob Murphy, but I think Tonali might be getting the prize, the award, or it could be, it'll be one of those two because they're the only two players left on the pitch. The early goals that they got, Ando, got them into a strong position which they couldn't build on once they got the second, which came about a minute or so after the first. The half that they played just really, you said it was like a practice match, and it didn't come back to life, did it, before half time?
No, it didn't. I mean, look, as open as the second half was, there was no real intensity to it, but you expected that. You expected it to be the way it was. It was comfortable. It was all about, as I say, getting through. I don't think there was never any doubt that we were never going to get through, but it was about looking after yourself, preserving energy, not doing too much, just being sensible, and that's what they did. And they've won the game, deserved to win the game. They were the better side. But Qarabağ, to be fair to them, they had a go, they got their 2 goals, and they weren't embarrassed.
We'll continue discussing the match beyond 10 o'clock. Simon Pride will be along in a second with John Anderson here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. So plenty of opportunity to hear more about the game, and you can contact us as well and join our discussion. If you'd like to phone, it's 0800 234 6565. 0800 234 6565 on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start of your message and send it to 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Pridey will also give you the other scores from tonight's other matches, but Newcastle United a 6th Champions League win this season and through to the last 16, and those ties played in the middle of next month. European campaign continues into March, and it's Chelsea or Barcelona over 2 legs. It will get much tougher. They'll have to be better next time when they play either one of those two, but they are safely through. And tonight at St James's Park, as Sandro Tonali gets the Man of the Match award, they have beaten Qarabağ by 3 goals to 2, and on aggregate 9-3.
If you want to send us a message, then 08000 321 333. Start your message with the letters BBC, and we'd love to get you on this evening. If you want to give us a call as well, 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. But if you want to make any points, I'll put them to Ando. Who would you like in the draw for the last 16? It's going to be either Chelsea or Barcelona. How far do you feel Newcastle can go in this competition, and what did you learn from tonight's game as well? And Leo Sahar coming on to make a debut late on. Some nice assured touches from him. A big night, a night to remember for him. And what did you make of Alex Murphy as well, playing the full game, mostly at left back, but then coming in alongside Dan Burn at centre half as well? We'd love to hear from you tonight. This message, Ando, is from John, and he says, I have to say, Ando, I'm more disappointed than I am pleased tonight. I don't know why Eddie Howe hasn't given more minutes to Neve or Shahar tonight. Wissa and Willock really poor when they came on. Barnes and Asula did nothing tonight and haven't done anything to get into the side. But on a positive note, really impressed with young Alex Murphy, and I thought he was man of the match. It went to Sandro Tonali, of course, but John thinks that Murphy played well.
Yeah, he did all right. I thought in the first half had plenty of touches on the ball, played it nice and safe, didn't take any chances. Thought he looked more comfortable when he went into centre back. You know, it'll be great for him, the fact that he's played in 90 minutes, great for his confidence. But you know, he's had to wait such a long time for a debut. He's been involved in and around the first team. He's been on the bench and an awful lot of games, and I'm sure in his mind's mind he probably thought, will this day ever come? So it'll be a day that he remembers, and yeah, he did well.
Elliot Slessor's won the snooker, by the way. He's won by 4 frames to 3 against Sam Craigie. This is the Welsh Open. 2 North East players in action against one another. This message says, good result, although not a great performance. Shahar, 100% passes completed, 100% tackles won. Cannot wrap my head around that we would risk Gordon and Hall when Shahar and Neve are on the bench. What kind of signal does that send to the youngsters in the academy? If I were Neve, I'd be ripping my contract up first thing. If you're not coming on at 8-2 up, when are you ever going to come on?
Yeah, I thought he would have got more game time tonight. I thought he would have got 15-20 minutes. You know, I think Gordon always wanted to be involved at some time. You could see that he was hungry to try and get into goal scoring opportunities. But I look at Neve sat there and he sees Shahar come on. I think he'd be bitterly disappointed that he didn't get any game time tonight.
Baz in the kitchen says, happy for Qarabağ and their fans that made the journey, made the second half more interesting. Happy that you have more to talk about than you did at half time. Yeah, just a little bit, Baz. And I'll do one more message and then we'll have a chat to John, who's waiting on the line. This one's from William, who is in Washington. He says, it was like a practice game. Good start with the goals, but our second half was sloppy and disappointing. You used the word sloppy quite a bit, didn't you, Ando? I know the tie was over before kick-off, but the manager won't be happy with our lack of professionalism. That's what William thinks.
Yeah, look at it. It's difficult when you're that far ahead and you make the changes and you've been told to look after yourself and look, not be too energetic. You know, try and save your energy, because we've got big games coming up. We've got a big game of the weekend, another big game midweek next week. You know, save your legs. Don't take any chances. Don't get injured. All these things will have been said at half time, and it sort of laxed into an enjoyable pre-season friendly, really, second
yes
half.
Which we suspected it might become, didn't we?
And it could have petered out, but you know, Qarabağ got their 2 goals, they made it interesting, but the tie and the result overall was never ever in danger.
If you are an Elliot Slessor fan, I can only apologise, because it's actually Sam Craigie that's won 4-3. The information I was given has changed, so I'm not sure, was there a VAR or something that happened on the Green Bays? But Sam Craigie has won the local derby in the Welsh Open snooker. John is a Newcastle fan on the line now. Evening, John. 0800 234 6565 is the number, by the way. Yeah, hiya, John. How are you doing?
Not too bad, Brady. How's yourself this evening?
Well, not too bad, John. It was, a low-key game in many ways, but it was always going to be comfortable, wasn't it?
I get where you're coming from, Brady, when you got the 5-goal advantage beforehand, but I've got to say, I know I've come away tonight more disappointed than I was happy, to be honest. I think similar to what that text message you've just said there, I don't understand how Shahar in particular has not had more game time tonight, and it must be in his confidence when he sees like Jacob Murphy, you know, giving a shot at right back above him. On a positive though, I thought Alex Murphy was really good tonight, and he was probably arguably my man of the match. But even the senior pros, and though that got a game tonight, I was not impressed at all with Barnes or Osula. I didn't think they did anything to stake their claim to get in the side. And even when Wisser and Willock came on, I thought they were really poor tonight. I don't know what your thoughts were on them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, John, because Osula got his opportunity tonight, played through the middle, didn't do a great deal. Not an awful lot came off from him. Got shifted to the left second half. Similar situation. Shahar, I thought when he took Kieran Trippier off, he would have put the young boy on. The tie was never ever in danger, and I'm sure young Neve is absolutely gutted. He sees his mate going on, he sees Alex Murphy start the game, and I'm sure he was looking forward to getting at least 20 minutes tonight. Unfortunately for him, that didn't materialise. It was sloppy the second half. We were really sloppy at times. We gave the ball away a lot. It happens though when you're trying to protect yourself and you're trying to protect everything that's going on. Looking ahead to the weekend, trying to preserve energy. If you're not at it all the time 100%, sloppiness is going to come into it, and that's what happened second half. Look, I quite enjoyed the second half. I understand what you're saying about players not being given the opportunity and one thing and another, but I thought second half was open enough and there was goals in it, and fair play to Qarabağ. They got their 2 goals. They made a game of it to a degree, but I'm sure there's parts of it that Eddie Howe won't be too pleased with.
Yeah, I think just similar to that text message that you've just been reading out there, Andor, he brought Hall on and he brought Gordon on. Now, I know Gordon's wanting to get more goals to close it on Mbappe, but at the same time, if he got an injury tonight, we've got so many important games coming up that we need our big players fresh, and again, that goes back to the point about why hasn't he given these youngsters, because it was a perfect opportunity, because I don't think Eddie Howe has probably seen these in a proper game situation, and like you said, he could have given them on tonight and just saying, shows what you can do.
That's a fair point, actually, because he obviously sees them day in, day out in training. Whether he still feels that they're not quite ready. I think the Murphy situation was forced upon him to a degree because of the injuries that we've got and the suspension that we had at the back. That situation was forced upon him. Shahar, does he just feel that maybe the boy's not quite ready yet? The Neve situation, don't know. I can't get my head around that one. I thought, when he brought Wiss on, he could have brought young Neve on as well. He could have taken Harvey Barnes off, gave him a bit of protection and gave young Neve a bit of game time. But look, it's the manager's decision. He decides what's best for the team, and in the long run he decides what's best for players as well. So we've all got our opinions. We all look at it from a different perspective, But as I say, at the end of the day, it's the manager who sees these players day in, day out, and he's the one that's got to make the decisions on them.
John, thank you very much indeed. Good to speak to you. Thanks for coming on tonight. If you're quick, John, you can get on as well on 0800 234 6565. We'd love to speak to you. Keep the messages coming in as well. Razor's speaking to Alex Murphy probably right about now, so we might get that interview on air before 10:30 as well. We will certainly do our best to. Baz from Killy says, couple of players didn't do themselves any favours tonight, Ando. Osula was poor, Barnes wasn't great, and Byrne was really off the pace. The whole team was sloppy tonight. I'm really disappointed that some of the younger lads didn't get more time on the pitch. When else are they really going to get another chance this season, asks Baz, which is a bit of a common theme of the people that have been messaging in tonight.
Look, at the games in this competition aren't going to get any easier, so the oppositions aren't going to get any easier, so you would think that for these young boys, that game time's going to come more and more limited. You know, you've got to look at Shahar and Neve. They were on the bench at Manchester City at the weekend, but they played for the under 21s, and the night before they played 45, 46 minutes, whatever it was, the night before. So, you know, it sounds like that they're on the bench through necessity more than anything else, you know, because we've got nobody else. But a lot of people would have liked to have seen them be given a little bit more time.
Yes.
But from Alex Murphy and Shahar's point of view, you know, this is a night they'll remember. You know, it's a night they won't forget when they've made a Newcastle United debut, and there's not many can say they made debuts in their first game was going to be in the Champions League.
You'll also be able to hear from Alex Murphy and from Eddie Howe as well on BBC Sounds. It's a great place to go to get post-match reaction. You can hear from everyone that matters, basically, after all Newcastle United and Sunderland games. Go to BBC Sounds and find those interviews there. Gareth says, strange one tonight, but we won. It was a bit of a dead rubber, but I hope after we beat Barcelona or Chelsea that we don't get Bodo Glimt after that. What a side they are, says Gareth.
They score goals. You know, they're unbelievable. The amount of goals that they scored. That's a great result for them again tonight.
To go to Inter Milan and win, and so they've won both legs against the Italian giants, yes, which is fantastic going. Andrew says we've won the tie 9-3 and some people are still moaning. It's unbelievable, says Andrew. But people are entitled to have things that they would like to see
Andrew's really
done differently.
Always on the positive side, isn't he?
He tries to be.
Yeah, he's always, fair play.
Well, this one isn't from Andrew, there's no name on it, but it says Burnham Botman aren't good enough. They need shipping out in the summer.
Oh dear. Right, okay. Yeah.
I mean, neither of them had their best game for the club tonight.
No, they were both a bit sloppy. You get a little bit complacent. Botman especially first half, trying to play those little balls into midfield. He gave 4 or 5 of them away in bad areas. Dan Bourne gets done for pace for the first goal. The boy runs by him. Second goal, he gives the penalty away. And it was always going to be given because there was one given against Qarabağ last week for a similar situation. So as soon as you seen it, you went, it's always going to be given. In the Premier League, yes, it would have been different because you're falling down and your hand goes out. Just shows you that the rules of football aren't the same everywhere.
They're not. Let's have a chat to Dave, who's waiting to speak to us. Hello there, Dave. How are you?
Hello, Simon. Hello, John. Yeah, I'm all right, guys.
Hello, Dave.
All right. I disagree a little bit with some of their messages. I think Botman and Byrne, I don't think they played their best game. I think for Qarabağ's first goal, Botman went with his man but was 10 yards behind him and Byrne was left with the hole to cover. I think Botman then got a good goal, which is fine, but I'm still not convinced Sven's over his injuries yet. He just looks a bit slower. But anyway, I think tonight, look, I think John were played in second gear, and I totally understand that. Why would you want to go out and blitz Qarabağ? We've got Everton at home on Saturday. I mean, Everton are an absolute nightmare to play against most of the time, even when they're poor. So I think tonight was a measured approach. I think it was just to get the job done. Great to see Alex Murphy get his start. I thought he did all right. Good to see Neve. I don't think Asula did himself much favours, but the tie was won. We just had to get the job done and move on, so we didn't score another 6 goals. We didn't have to, and we didn't get any bookings either, so that's another good thing. So I think some people, I don't know what they want, mate. I don't know what they want.
Look, we were never going to start the way that we started last week over there. We started quick enough. We got the 2 goals and then we took our foot off the gas, and you can totally understand why. We've got an awful lot of games to play. You're trying to preserve energy. You're trying to look after yourself for the game of the weekend. And when you do that, and when you're not at it 100%, you get a little bit sloppy. I was going to say complacent. Complacent's not the right word, but you get lax, because you're not really at it all the time. The game, the tie was over by that stage. I mean, the tie was over before we kicked off, to be quite honest. But you get those 2 goals inside a minute, and that's it. Tie is over. Let's look after ourselves. Let's try and preserve as much energy as we possibly can, because we've got big games coming up. And I thought that's what they did. And look, the second half was it was like a glorified pre-season friendly, to be quite honest, Dave. It was one of those. But we got through it. A fair play to Qarabağ. They kept going. They got their 2 goals, and you move on. You're into the next round. You're into the last 16 of the Champions League. What more do you want?
Who do you want, Dave? Who do you want to draw?
Oh God, Barcelona all day. Oh, I cannot stand Chelsea. I cannot stand getting beat off them again. I've seen it too often. Please, Barcelona.
But it would be an easier game, wouldn't it? Or would it?
No, it's not an easier game. No, not in a million years is that an easier game. How many times do we beat Chelsea? And also, look, I think the game on Saturday is bigger. Look at that league table and look at the result last night. It's massive on Saturday. It's absolutely massive. So don't worry about who we get, Simon. Let's just concentrate on Saturday.
Taking every game as it comes.
That's the
Which
way.
is the way to do it. Dave, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Dave.
Dave would prefer Barcelona to Chelsea. I mean, Barcelona, always a cracking atmosphere. Be over 2 legs. It'll be the first leg here, the second leg at either Barcelona or Chelsea. Would you agree with him? Do you think it would be an easier task against Barcelona, who aren't perhaps the force of old, but they're still a pretty good side?
No, I'd sooner play Chelsea.
You'd rather play Chelsea?
Yeah, because I think...
Better the devil you know?
I think Chelsea are soft. I think Chelsea have got a soft centre. It would mean that we played them 3 times in the space of, a week? Because we got that league game against them as well. But I would sooner play Chelsea, because I think we are very, very capable of beating Chelsea. No 2 ways about it. I think you get in about them, you can rough them up, you can mess them about a bit. So I would sooner play them.
We're going to hear from Alex Murphy pretty soon, but before that we're going to hear from Andrew, who is on the line. Maybe he heard us talking about his message, I don't know, but he's now on the line. Hello there, Andrew, how are you?
Hi Simon, hi John, you alright?
Hi Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, so the game was what the game was. I mean, the tie was over last week, and the individual game tonight was over in about 10 minutes. I thought they played well the first half. Second half, you bring on all the substitutes, and then games start to get stretched, a bit sloppy. I think mentally they were probably starting to think about Saturday. But you know what it is, like, I know people want to see Neve and Shahar and that, but I think Eddie wanted to win the game tonight, and I think because it was 3-2, that's probably why Neve didn't come on and Wissa did. But I'm not as obsessed with seeing these youngins as other people are. If I want to watch them, I can watch the under 21s on YouTube. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why people are so negative about tonight's game. It is what it is. We're professional. Won the tie 9-3. Job done. Bring on Everton.
Yeah, look, I'm not too sure whether it's people want to see these young boys or not. I just think it's protecting other players who will need to play at the weekend and who'll need to play next Wednesday, and especially with the amount of games that we've got coming up and the amount of games that we've had. So I can understand it to a degree, but I thought boys that got opportunities tonight, we spoke about this before the game, that there's a couple of them in there who are given the opportunities, not too sure that they grabbed those opportunities, if I'm perfectly honest. But look, the manager does what he thinks is right, not just for the sake of it, but he does what he thinks is right for the team. He does what he thinks is right for the individuals as well. So you've got to believe and you've got to trust in what the manager does, and he makes the decisions. That's what he's there for. He sees these players day in, day out. He knows their capabilities. He knows what they're all about. So it's his decision, and if he felt it was right to bring young Niamh on, he would have done so, and he obviously felt the circumstances to bring him on wasn't right for the lad tonight. He brought him on over there last week. He brought Shahar on tonight, and boy had 5 minutes and he was neat and tidy on the ball, and he never gave it away, and he won his tackle, and he looked okay. But you cannot judge, and you're never going to be able to judge anybody on a 5-minute cameo. I thought young Murphy came in, he did okay. I thought at left back he was safe. By that I mean he took no chances. He passed it to the nearest black and white shirt. He kept going inside and passing it inside. He looked more comfortable at centre back. And he did all right. Now, when his next opportunity will come along, I don't know.
Okay.
We'll have to wait and see when that will, if that materialises.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew.
Cheers,
Sorry
Andrew.
to cut you a little bit short, but we just want to hear from Alex Murphy. Made his full debut tonight for Newcastle United. He was on the winning side, and he's been speaking to Razor.
Alex Murphy, thank you for speaking to us. Congratulations on making your first start for the club and in the Champions League as well. The fact the team won, and it's a special night for you. Has it been a really good evening?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, before the game, you want to just play, win the game. Obviously, the scoreline's a lot more than people would probably expect, but ultimately we wanted to win the game, not just sit back, even if the scoreline is what it is. I think we done that, especially in the first half. Tried to score goals, went at them. I think I put in a good performance, so I'm happy.
For you, when you were lining up here in the Champions League, music that I'm sure you're familiar with, you've been part of squads here, you'll have watched it on the television over the years. Can you describe the feelings that you had knowing that you were starting?
Yeah, but like when you're a kid, that's kind of what you dream of, just lining up and the anthem coming on. So I did get goosebumps a bit when the anthem came on, and it was a really special feeling, just knowing that you've actually played in the Champions League, you're about to play in the Champions League. So it was a really good feeling, and hopefully I'll get many more of them.
And in terms of defending, as a defender, there was probably maybe a bit more for you to do in the second half, because Qarabağ obviously scored a couple of goals and had quite a few attacks. How did you feel the game played out from a defensive point of view, and how busy you had to be?
Yeah, I think in the first half we had a lot of the ball, so we controlled it kind of. They didn't counter-attack too much on us, and then second half we're obviously a lot busier. The game became a bit like a basketball game, especially when the score lines like that, both teams are just trying to score, and it becomes end to end. So I think the second half we had a bit to do. We probably didn't lock them as high as we wanted and win the ball back high, so we kind of running towards our own goal a lot. But I thought we defended well in the main, especially running back towards our own goal and stopping them on the counter attack. So I think we defended well. Obviously disappointed with the 2 goals, but
Played well. Alex Murphy spoke well as well, Ando.
Yeah, he did okay. He did play well. As I say, he was nice and safe in that first half. Looked more comfortable at centre back. And as he said, hopefully that's the first of many. It's a night that he'll remember. I think you always remember your debut, but to make your debut and for it to be in a Champions League game makes it that even that little bit more special, doesn't it? When you hear that music and you heard him say that, made the hair stand up on the back of his neck, got goosebumps. So a very special night for him, and one that he'll remember for the rest of his life.
Brian has sent a message. We got through with no injuries or bookings, but some poor personal performances and sloppy play. But it's hard to criticise any player for a lack of motivation in what looked more like a practice game than a Champions League tie. And Bill says fans criticising Eddie for not bringing the kids on, but there's no manager better for looking after and developing young players. Ando, thank you very much indeed, as ever. and Ando will be back on Total Sport tomorrow evening. This is Wednesday tomorrow, isn't it? Yes, it is. So it'll be Steve Howie on Thursday, but Ando tomorrow night. So we will continue to reflect on this evening's game, and you'll be able to hear from the Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe on the programme tomorrow as well. And Marco will be back on too, of course, to talk Sunderland. We knew it should be straightforward tonight. Straightforward it was. Newcastle into the last 16. Who's it going to be? Barcelona or Chelsea? We'll find out soon.
Baltamada, Dan Burn with a shot blocked. It's come to Barnes. He tries to curl it and a header straight at the keeper. The follow-up is in from Tenali. Hard night for Qarabağ. You think Barnes is in. Back post, Joe Linton. Whoa, they're doing it again. They are really turning on the style in the Champions League. And on the night, Newcastle United lead Qarabağ by 2-0. Camilo Duran trying to run away from Burn. He's into the penalty area and he's scored. And Qarabağ have a goal back. And it's 8-2 on aggregate. And Graham Jones calling for big names. Anthony Gordon is one of them as Trippier sends the corner in. And they've got a third. And it's Sven Botman with a bullet header from Trippier's delivery. Aaron Ramsdale, who has history of saving penalties, saved one on his debut in pre-season, and then 3 in the shootout against Bournemouth in the FA Cup last month. Now faces a Qarabağ penalty kick, which he saves with his feet. The follow-up is then... it's in. They've caught one back, the follow-up's gone in. 9-3 on aggregate.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.